This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, March 12th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The college sports landscape has changed significantly over the past couple of years, mostly due to the emergence of paid name, image, and likeness, or NIL, opportunities for college athletes, and the elimination of limits on how many times an athlete can transfer schools throughout their playing careers. On Tuesday, U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman weighed in on the matter during a House Judiciary Committee meeting, saying that former University of Wyoming football star Josh Allen could have been lured away from the Pokes had the current transfer rules and NIL opportunities been available. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson has the story.
The groups that are working on behalf of the schools are using lucrative NIL deals to lure athletes to new athletic opportunities. And Hageman was bringing up the example that she doubted Josh Allen might have stayed had he had these opportunities being given to him and having the ability to transfer out of UW.
UW's men's basketball and football teams have lost some of their top players in recent years after they transferred out to other schools. The state of Wyoming has enough evidence to keep prosecuting two Big Piney men for their alleged involvement in a February impalement murder. That's what a judge ruled Tuesday in the case of 19-year-old Rowan Littauer and 18-year-old Orion Schlesinger. Littauer is charged with first-degree murder, and Schlesinger is charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, responsible for the death of 23-year-old Big Piney man Dakota Farley by bow and arrow. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the two face life in prison or the death penalty if convicted.
So we have just a tiny bit of finger pointing to where Schlesinger is saying he threatened me, he pushed me into this. He said that in a letter that he sent to the judge. And then Littauer, on the other hand, his attorney kept pointing to Littauer when he confessed essentially to killing this man with a bow and arrow, said he was peer pressured.
Pinedale Circuit Court Judge John Labuda's finding establishes probable cause for the charges applied to each of the defendants, but doesn't form a conviction of guilt. During public testimony Tuesday, Rocky Mountain Power officials said they are already seeing a lot of interest in what they call very large customers as the power company fielded public input on its latest double-digit rate increase proposal. That's why it's proposing to require ratepayers who reserve 200 megawatts or more to forge a special contract with the company, so the costs these data centers and other power users ring up won't be forced upon regular residential ratepayers. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to a representative for AARP Wyoming who said that seniors are already feeling the pain of higher costs of living, so adding on a higher electric bill is concerning.
The Wyoming AARP director that I talked to, he's worried about how they're going to handle that in the future because, as we know, every time Rocky Mountain Power has to build more infrastructure, it costs everybody on the system.
According to the terms of the agreement Rocky Mountain Power has struck, very large new load customers that require a special contract will have to take some steps showing they have sufficient credit or collateral to cover their minimum on-peak power charges for at least 5 years, along with other details that will keep the higher costs with the incoming businesses and not passed on to other ratepayers. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
The annual bison harvest is happening just outside Yellowstone National Park's north entrance, but this yearly event is fraught with controversy. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the process of trapping, shipping, and slaughtering hundreds of wild bison at the Stevens Creek facility near Gardner, Montana, is viewed by some tribal members and park biologists as a triumph in wildlife management, while bison advocacy groups decry the annual culling as a disservice.
Everybody seems to be upset about it. The state of Montana is suing. suing for one reason, conservation groups are suing for another reason, and then you have these field observers, watching their every move.
The 2024 Yellowstone National Park Bison Management Plan, which sets the ideal population level for buffalo migrating in and out of the park at 3,500 to 6,000 animals, currently faces lawsuits from the state of Montana and conservation groups. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily on the Wednesday edition. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman calls for college football reform, claiming Josh Allen very well could have left Wyoming had the transfer portal been a big thing back then. Bow and arrow killers, allegedly, could face death penalty for their hit on the Big Piney Man. Rocky Mountain Power insists rate hike will target mainly big electricity consumers. The annual bison roundup in North Yellowstone National Park, not without its critics. Two charged with helping hide the wanted 18-year-old. Senator Cynthia Lummis is gearing up for a 2026 re-election bid. She gave Cowboy State Daily the scoop on that. Brasso Hageman hopeful over possibility of a Russian-Ukraine ceasefire. The ball's in Putin's court. Outpouring for a sad sack Sheridan cat is heartwarming, but can vets save him? And a special guest today, Megan Degenfelder, Superintendent of Public Instruction. Can't wait to see Megan on the show. That'll be in the third hour, something like that. You're going to spend the whole morning with us, so you're on a need-to-know basis. We'll let you know when Megan's coming. Here's your updated day weather forecast for today. Another glorious day, and then things start to turn. So enjoy it while you have it. Sunny, breezy in Casper, highs in the upper 50s. Lower 50s in Lander with plenty of sunshine. Evanston, mostly sunny, highs 47. Rock Springs, you'll top out around 50 with glorious sunshine. Western Wyoming, Pinedale, mainly sunny with highs around 40. Afton, sunny, 40. Northwest Wyoming and DuBois, sunny, breezy, highs 47. Jackson, sunny and breezy as well with highs in the mid-40s. The Bighorn Basin, sunny, breezy, and Thermop with highs 60. Cody, you'll do a degree better than that for a high with mostly sunny conditions. Sunny in Buffalo, highs approaching 60. Sheridan, 63 under plenty of sunshine. Mostly sunny with a high near 61 in Gillette. Sunny in Newcastle, 60. On the plains, sunny in upper 60s in Torrington, let's say 67. Douglas, sunny, breezy, 63 today. Mostly sunny in the state capital, Cheyenne, with highs around 60. Laramie, you'll be about 53 today. Maybe some wind gusts, but mostly sunny. Sunny and breezy in Rawlins with highs 53. Saratoga, sunny, breezy, 53. Not a bad day across the Cowboy State. As Don Day promised us one more day of spring-like conditions, and then we're going to do something sort of naughty this weekend, certainly in the western part of the state. By tomorrow, you're looking at rain and snow and a rain-snow mix moving its way in, and then the rest of the state over the weekend going to see more March-like, more leaning towards winter. But that's okay. We got a lot of stories to get to, including, I'm surprised, Harriet Hageman. I love when she does not stay in her lane, let's sort of speak. You remember when out of the blue, we wouldn't have known anything maybe about the Teton County Sheriff that was kind of friendly with illegals, and he wasn't cooperating totally with ICE. The only way we got a heads up on that is because Harriet Hageman had it in a newsletter, Congresswoman Hageman. It was in her newsletter. Now, Congresswoman Hageman, in addition to applauding what Trump has done on behalf of Ukraine and Russia's ceasefire, and apparently we're close there, it's up to Russia now. She, along with Barrasso, Hageman and Barrasso, were applauding that deal. But Hageman, also in our lead story by Leo Wolfson, has criticized the NIL program, and that's the emergence of this paid name, image, and likeness opportunities for college athletes. Things went down a... Why does my camera keep moving over? I must bump it or something. Things went down a weird path in college football when they started paying players. Didn't they? I mean, we have got to walk that back. We have to. College kids should not be paid to play sports, period. But they are. And they're paid great sums of money, and so are their colleges. And it's because presumably there's a corporation or a business or some entity getting rich off of using the name or the image or the likeness of a college athlete. For instance, there's lots of Xbox games, or there's a lot of games you can play that are college, like you can play college football or college basketball, a video game. And the players on the teams are actual players on such and such college football team. I don't know how they keep up with who's where with the transfer portal now. We'll talk about that in a second. But the name, image, and likeness stuff has allowed some players, because there were lawsuits. So some 19-year-old kids were saying, well, that sucks that EA Sports was getting rich off me. And such was getting rich off me. And because, you know, you're kind of a big deal when you're at a D1 college. You're somebody, and it's possible for somebody to make money off of your name, your image, or your likeness, I guess. But to me, that's something you surrender when you sign up to go to college, and especially when the college pays your freight, especially when the college says free ride, no tuition, here's your scholarship. We're not talking about indentured servants. We're talking about going to college. You're still a college kid. You're not a pro. You should not be receiving money in college. And your college should not be receiving money based on how many of you they got, like how many superstar players, which is what's going on. So now here's what you get when you start paying players. Players don't want to play at a D2 or a D3 school. They don't want to play at low-profile D1 schools. They only want to play at the the best of the best. And it almost doesn't matter. Rather than be the starting quarterback and a chance to take a little school to a bowl game, they'd rather go sit third string on Alabama because they'll share in the NIL money and they'll have presumably a higher profile for just standing on the sidelines holding the clipboard all season as the third string quarterback on a big SEC team. It's just horrible what money has done to college sports. It's a bad road we're going down. And then you add to that the transfer portal, which is what Representative Harriet Hageman particularly took a shot at when she spoke the other day. She weighed in on the matter during a House Judiciary Committee meeting. Hageman said, for example, University of Wyoming football star Josh Allen could have been lured away from Wyoming and probably would have been had the current transfer rules and NIL opportunities been available back then. Why would Josh Allen have stayed? I mean, he might have stayed because he's Josh Allen. That's the kind of guy he is. But potentially, there's no reason for any player to stay anywhere that isn't making them the most money they can make. It's all about opportunity, money. It shouldn't be that way until the draft, until you turn pro. When you're in college, you should not be making any money playing sports. It's gotten out of hand. And then the transfer portal allows players to just leave. I don't want to be at Notre Dame anymore. I want to be here. And there's no amount of transfer. There's no max, no limit on how many times you can leave a school and join another one. I mean, you don't even have that in professional football. You're signed to a contract. You can't just leave. I don't want to be on the Eagles anymore. You can't just decide to go. With the pendulum swung too hard the other way. If college football players, if college basketball players, if college athletes were upset that they were being taken advantage of because someone was using their name, image, and likeness, and they wanted a cut of whoever was reaping profits there, we've swung so far the other way. We've now given them the power of sharing money that's doled out to colleges by the millions. And we now give them the power to just jump around and seek employment wherever they want. When we've lost track of the whole reason they're at a college, which is supposed to be to obtain a college degree, I thought. Or is that old school thinking? Harriet Hageman's right on this. She sees some ugliness in the transfer portal, in the NIL money that's flying around in college football. It all started when we started paying players. That was, whose idea was that? Leo Wolfson has the story. Leo writes, the college sports landscape has changed significantly over the last couple of years, for sure. Mostly due to the emergence of paid name, image, and likeness opportunities and the elimination of limits on how many times an athlete can transfer schools throughout their playing career. It's gotten to the point now where if you watch, for instance, a football game and they say, so-and-so, oh yeah, that's so-and-so, the running back, former Notre Dame, former Alabama, former Texas A&M, former, he spent 3 weeks at Indiana, and he was on Miami University. He's got a list of like 8 colleges he's been at in his 6 years of college because he's been redshirted. And you either have a player like that who's bounced all over or you've got players refusing to play. It was a University of Nevada quarterback who he stopped playing. He said, I don't want to play anymore. I don't want a chance getting hurt. I'm going to declare for the draft. I don't want to risk playing another football game, another snap, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to make millions in the NFL. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be a high draft pick, so I don't want to play anymore. He told his coach, told his school. Well, at least he didn't transfer, but he said, I've done enough here. And he played for I don't even know if he played for a whole season. I got to look who that was. He played for not much. And when asked, how are you so certain the NFL's interested in you? He's like, well, a lot of scouts have been watching me and they've got enough film on me now. I've played enough games that they know what I can do. So it's time to sit down and make sure I don't get hurt. If that's attractive to an NFL scout, a potential NFL owner and general manager, boy, yeah, snap that guy up. It sounds refuses to play football. These are just some of the problems that have popped up in collegiate sports, and it needs fixing. Major over, not just some tweaking and it needs major overhaul. There's something wrong in college sports. Cody Tucker is mentioned in this article. He's a Cheyenne native, founder and editor of 7220sports.com. And he said, with Wyoming, University of Wyoming, that's not a big school, it's not a high-profile school. He said it's almost gotten to the point where you kind of want to downplay a standout high school player that's committed to your school. He said it's almost gotten to the point where there's a negative reaction to high-achieving younger players on UW's roster for fear they may soon leave. In other words, you almost don't want to announce this great senior basketball player who scored a jillion points in high school has committed to Wyoming. You almost want to don't even hold a press conference for that. Shh. Don't get this kid's head too big. And if he has a great first season as a freshman, oh no. Because the more success a college athlete enjoys in his undergraduate years, the more likely he's I'm destined for bigger things than Laramie. Let me transfer out of here, go to a bigger school. And that's what you get. You get no commitment to school. Be true to your school. No, none of that. Anyway, yeah, that's enough on that rant. It's Congresswoman Harriet Hageman in that story from Leo Wilson. We'll talk about that and other stuff when we get Greg Johnson into the Zoom room. Cowboy State Daily managing editor Greg will be in here next after this break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely
absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends. So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
Cowboys State Daily Show with Jake and Greg. Welcome to the Zoom room. Greg, you're looking good today.
Thanks. So are you. No hat.
Yeah, I might have to put it back on. I got to remember to take it off when I talk to Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder. Whenever I talk to the ladies, I should remove the cap. Even in the Zoom, that's Zoom room etiquette, right?
I don't know if there is Zoom room etiquette.
There should be. And there should be somebody working on fixing college sports, man. I just had to go off for like 15 minutes on NIL and the transfer portal, and I'll entertain your point of view, but I will not accept anything that's contrary to mine.
Oh, you sound like most Americans these days.
Right. I'm pretty sure I'm right.
The news is fake unless it mirrors your opinion.
Well, on this topic, I mean, I like to think I'm all embracing. I have wide arms. I want to hear your point of view. I want to listen. I'm that kind of person. But on the college sports scene right now is ruined. It's a mess. It's a dumpster fire.
No, I agree. And people kind of discount the value of a full 4-year scholarship. You know, I mean,
yeah,
that does have a value to it. I mean, and that you have the opportunity, whether you do is up to you, but you do have the opportunity to graduate with a degree, you know, and let's face it, you know, almost all of these guys and women are not going to go on to be professional paid athletes and make bank.
Yeah.
You know, it's such a small percentage that, you know, you have an opportunity to have a degree, to have a profession, to do something really good. And there is a value to that. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, you know, that you should just be, you know, that you should just be used as a cash cow for your university or anything. But I think that gets lost in the whole debate. It's like, it's like we're making everybody indentured servants, and we're not. They're getting, they are getting compensated.
I don't know when this stopped being about getting an education. I don't know what some of these kids that have transferred 3 and 4 times, when they finally do get their diploma, if they get one, which school is it from? The last one they were at, I guess. It's just, and of course, for a select few, like you say, a handful of the elite, they don't care about the college degree. They're going to go on to make millions playing their sport professionally. But for the vast majority, that's probably not in their future. And I just don't see who's making a ton of money off these college kids. Who's making a lot?
And that's the thing. There are some unscrupulous people who do come in and take advantage of that. And the more, it's a mess. It really is a mess. College sports isn't what it used to be. It's not gonna. It's I don't know. I think, Hageman is right to be concerned about it because, it does, unless you're not only one of these elite athletes, unless you're one of these elite programs, you just, you can't count on someone being there. And, and it's not like, it's not like you're putting someone in prison and say, well, you commit to the school, so you must stay here. But at the same time, there is some kind of commitment there.
Right, especially if you're on a scholarship.
I've had jobs before. I had a job where the company moved me, paid for a moving company, and moved me up to Alaska. And because of the expense with that, I had to sign a thing that said, if I didn't stay, if I wasn't there for at least 2 years, that I would pay them back for the move, prorated, say it's, a month less than 2 years and I'd leave, I don't pay the entire thing. But, and that's not an uncommon thing. So I don't have if I had the answer to it, I would be much more famous.
Right. Well, we can look at it and all agree that it's a problem, and so can Representative Harriet Hageman, who you wonder, stay in your lane, politicians, but, this does concern her state, Wyoming, and the only 4-year state college in Wyoming. So there is a big concern for schools like UW that are going to be on the losing end of the whole transferring thing. And, in what real world can you just leave your job and go, when these guys get to the NFL, we're teaching these college players, football players, for instance, you can just leave whenever you want and go chase more money. It's not going to be that way when you get in the real world, dude. When you get drafted by the Giants and that team goes 1-17 for the season, you can't just decide, I don't want to be here, I want to go somewhere else. There's no transfer portal once you're making money. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like any of it. Let's see. How about Claire McFarland's story about these big piney teens accused? They're the bow and arrow killers, allegedly. And
that's just a wild story. Accused of basically ambushing this guy, going in and shooting him with arrows, and that's it's hard to imagine people actually doing that.
Apparently, it was a gruesome crime scene. It happened in Big Piney, and I didn't know this part of it. I guess it might have come out for the first time, or I might have firstly now noticed it from Claire's story, but they thought this guy, Dakota, the one they allegedly killed, they thought he was a pedophile. In fact, one of them said, well, there's one less pedophile in this world. And it stemmed from one of their sisters or a girlfriend who thought Dakota was creepy, but admitted he never put hands on her. He never touched her. So they might have been under a false impression that Dakota Farley was a pedophile. And that's why they allegedly carried this out Now we're finding a divide between the two people that were allegedly in on it. One of them says, he's the real evil one. I was just kind of along because I was scared of him. And that's, I guess, to be expected. But the fact is, both Rowan and Orion were allegedly the two that were on scene shooting arrows and making a real mess of a crime scene. Ugh, just gross.
Yeah. There's still possibility they could still decide to go for the death penalty on both of them.
It's on the table. Yep. We're talking to Claire later in the show this morning, and we'll visit with her about that. We heard about the Rocky Mountain Power rate hikes and understanding a little more. Today, it looks like with Renee's story, because of a public hearing yesterday, she was able to learn that Rocky Mountain is insisting this targets mainly the big, hungry electricity users and won't hit the average household too hard. Maybe $17 a month additional on your bill. But for the most part, yes, they are looking to whack more of these data centers or anybody who's using a certain megawatt, 50 megawatts or more. I don't know how much that is. How much do you think we use here on the Cowboy State Daily Show? How many megawatts?
I don't know. Isn't it the 50,000 watt blowtorch? Isn't that
right? The big.
That's what they used to say when I grew up listening to KOA. They'd say the 50,000 watt blowtorch.
That's right. And there's a big station in Wheeling, West Virginia that also is the big stick, 50,000 watt. Yeah,
Those 50,000 watts, which would be what, 5 megawatts?
Is that only? Oh, yeah, but how?
That's not 50 megawatts.
But it's continuous. Like we're using it. I don't know what I don't want to give Rocky Mountain Power any ideas.
I don't know that we have many because we don't broadcast with a tower.
Right. Yeah, we're taking it.
Yeah, I don't know. This whole thing, it seems like a little like smoke and mirrors that they're just trying to play it down for the residential. Well, I mean, yes, the large users are going to pay more because they're using more. They're not saying that the percentage is less for residential customers and higher for the others. I mean, I don't know about you, but $17 is a pretty good percentage of my overall pay.
Yeah.
Overall bill. So
yeah, it won't go unnoticed. Yeah, and all this amounts to inflation. Call it what it is. The price of eggs, YouTube TV just hiked its bill on me. Rocky Mountain Pie, everything's going up. Everything. And now,
but whether it has to or not, I mean, you can't be sure. You can't have confidence that that's really what it is, or if it's just an excuse to raise it more than they really need to. I mean, that's why they're looking at investigating these egg prices, because they're saying, yeah, there's inflation. The cost to produce them has gone up to here, but the cost to consumer has risen like this.
Yeah.
So what's the deal?
You see that kind of gouging a lot, I think, in the fuel business. When the slightest breeze blows across the Gulf of America and knocks out a diesel plant that's producing, refining oil refinery, and all of a sudden you just watch the tote board go up and up and up at your local gas station.
Yeah, and what people don't realize with the gas prices and stuff, something will happen. There'll be a big storm somewhere in the world or whatever.
Yeah.
And then the next day your gas prices are up, and they say, well, it's in reaction to that.
Yeah.
The thing is those gas prices shouldn't go up, because the gas that's already in the ground there, the gas that's already stored that these companies already have, they've had it for weeks. They bought that gas at a different price.
Yeah.
And they bought it at this lower price, and then something happens. And so, yes, maybe they're buying the gas from that point on until it corrects at a higher price, but they haven't sold that gas yet. So they're selling so then maybe they're buying this much gas at that higher price, but they're selling this much.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's
I think we all know.
it's like, it just seems to me a lot of times it's just the excuse to raise it. And I'm as
Yeah.
capitalist as anybody, you know. I mean, get what you can, and if you don't want to pay for it, you don't pay for it. But you know, you got to do it in an ethical way that's not like gouging people on purpose.
Yeah, there's a lot of funny business markup going on in fueling stations. Yes, that's fuel in the ground that was bought and paid for at the old price. So to move and plus you got the whole collusion thing. I mean, nobody makes a move on their own. When that price of fuel goes up 5 cents, it goes up 5 cents across the street and down the block and everywhere in the neighborhood. Like that, there's all kinds of funny business going on. But we digress.
Yeah.
Let's get
Allegedly.
back. Allegedly, let's get back to the other Claire McFarland story. Regarding these two now that are being accused of helping the 18-year-old suspected shooter. Remember, the 18-year-old shot a 19-year-old. He was wanted for 4 days, armed and dangerous. They finally found him in mom's house, the same house where the shooting took place. But during the search, they were talking to Terry Harrell in Odessa, Mon, suspected of giving the suspect a ride and helping hide him. And the cops told him, they said, if you're helping this guy, you're looking at felony charges yourself. Now, you swear you don't know where he is? Oh, we don't know where he is. Well, they're up on charges now for helping hide the 18-year-old suspected shooter. Claire McFarland has that story.
Yeah, I mean, that's accessory, and the guy's accessory to this other guy's charges, and his charges include attempted murder. So
yeah,
it makes him accessory to attempted murder.
Meanwhile, it was the mom who looks like she had no idea. It happened in the mom's house, and she obviously had no knowledge of the incident. And then when he was found hiding in a closet, they asked the mom, is he here? And she's like, he shouldn't be. I don't know, you're welcome to look. And sure enough, they found him. And he was suspected of being given a ride there by these two who are now also being charged with accessory. Cynthia Lummis is going to run for re-election in 2026. She'll make a formal announcement. She gave Cowboy State Daily the scoop, though. Leo has it. I'm excited for her.
Yeah, and that's just good reporting because someone we saw somebody had sent out about their having some kind of fundraiser or something, or we're like, well, she hasn't like formally announced, but I mean, people had suspected for a while that she was going to seek re-election, but she hadn't formally said it, and so we just called and asked, and they said, yeah, she's gearing up for it, and she still hasn't made the formal announcement, but she did confirmed to us that they're gearing up for re-election.
Good job.
And the thing, what that does is it does impact other races and hers, because anyone who on the chance that she wasn't going to seek re-election, people who were planning, well, maybe I'll run for her Senate seat. Well, do you really want to challenge her for her Senate seat? She's pretty popular. She's got the name recognition. She's been elected twice. So if that takes that out of the thing, then what office do you go for? Do you go for governor? Do you go for, and who's going to run for those? So it has an impact on who's going to go for these top offices from Wyoming.
Totally. It could affect a lot of things, even outside of that U.S. Senator race. There are advantages and disadvantages, and there's strategy to announcing early, announcing late. There's reasons you do it. And yes, if it affects races outside of yours. So I don't know what kind of strategy is going on in the Lummis camp, but Joe Jackson, senior communication advisor for Lummis, did tell Leo Wolfson, good scoop by Leo, that Cynthia's going to run again in 2026. It's kind of like the what you see in the NFL right now when you got quarterbacks on the free agent list being signed by teams and how it affects the potential draft board when Lummis announces 26, now that moves a whole bunch of things. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that team doesn't need a quarterback anymore.
Right. It's similar. It all comes back to football, I guess, whether it's college or NFL. Let's take a quick break. We'll talk more football and other stuff right after this. Greg, stay there.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping, maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Greg Johnson into the Zoom room. Greg, today we were supposed to let our cats meet via Zoom, but mine's outside again. Where's yours?
I don't know where she's at.
All right. Please confirm, because now I'm afraid to do the virtual meeting unless you can confirm and swear to me your cat had nothing to do with the injuries received by Spalding, the poor Sheridan cat, who looks like he was on the wrong end of meeting your cat.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Spalding does not look good. Hopefully, vets can save her.
Yeah, that was not my cat. My cat does not have her front claws.
Ah, all right. Well,
I didn't do that to her. I got her that way. But
okay, yeah.
So don't everybody call me a monster for mutilating my cat. She was that way when I got her.
Some people, yeah, they don't like that. Yeah, this Spalding the cat was treated at Second Chance Sheridan Cat Rescue. Poor Spalding was about this close to being euthanized when you take a look at this cat, and I'll describe the photo for you radio folks. It looks like a cat that's on his 9th life. Sheridan does not look good, or Spalding rather. But there's
he asked for help. He went through somebody's doggy door. Basically his last chance, asking someone for help, went through their doggy door. They saw it and said, "Holy crap, look at that cat."
Yeah.
Got it some help.
And they brought it to this veterinary service, and they admitted, like, this is a classic example of a cat that would be put down because it was really beat up, battling hypothermia, an enormous abscess on its face from what they think was a fight. All its teeth were broken. It was so dehydrated that the eyes were sunken in. The body temperature was like 93 degrees, so they put him in an incubator to warm him up. But during the whole process, this cat was just so sweet, purring, just happy to be attended to. There's now some $1,500 been raised. If you just take one look at this cat, you can't help but like reach for your wallet, like, oh, this poor thing. Still not out of danger yet, but so far, Spalding is going to get a 10th life. It looks like he run out of all 9.
Yeah, he's gonna. I guess he's gonna be all right, which is hard to believe by looking at that photo.
He does not look good, and I suspect Greg's cat, who you said yesterday did not tolerate other cats in the house. Very suspect. It was that or a raccoon. Barrasso and Hageman are pretty excited over a possibility of a ceasefire in the Russia-Ukraine thing. It looks like Ukraine's on board. President Donald Trump has reached out. He's done it in kind of an unconventional way. He hasn't exactly extended the olive branch. I mean, he had Zelensky in the Oval Office, and that did not go as maybe we might have thought. And Trump was hard on Ukraine, until then. We had been given millions to Ukraine. There's people with bumper stickers, "I stand with Ukraine," and they looked like the victim of Russian aggression. And they were the underdog. They're the ones who were supposed to be helping fight the fight. And Trump had Zelensky in and just yelled at him and made demands, and it seems to have worked. I don't know. I don't know if this is how you do international diplomacy, but
I mean, it did work. And I tell you what, I think it was Brian Boner who he had studied in Russia, and he came out right after Russia invaded Ukraine, speaking out against it, and so he reacted to this too, to this announcement, and he says it's great, but he doesn't trust that whether if Russia agrees to it, he doesn't trust that they'll hold up to it. And he had an interesting thing saying, Russia thinks they're a superpower, and they're not, because a superpower will not be held off by Ukraine for 3 years.
Right. Scrappy Ukraine, right. Some superpower. I don't know. I was just, and of course there's the allegations that Trump is buddies with Putin, but it's now in Putin's court after an unusual, I'll say, international diplomacy negotiations. It looks like Ukraine's on board, ready to sign. It's going to be up to Russia whether we get a ceasefire in that now 3-year dust up war, whatever you want to call it.
Did you see what your Bills did late last night?
Bosa?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Well, I don't know. It makes me think it's
For a
another
year,
Von Miller.
It's worth it for a year just to see, if he can come in like on passing downs or something. And
I know, but it's just eerily similar to Von Miller. You're hiring a guy whose best years are behind him, already injury prone, and he's a one-trick pony. He's got one particular, so he's only on the field on third downs. I don't know. I'm tired of Bosa tackling my quarterback. And I'm tired of watching him do a sack dance over Josh Allen. So, yeah, I'd rather have him on this team. Miami wanted him, and other teams were interested. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. But I just don't like paying a premium for guys who have done their best work years ago.
But see, they're not paying him a premium.
Well, $12 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which for an edge rusher isn't a ton.
Yeah, I reckon.
Basically, because they released Von Miller, they basically swapped Von Miller for Bosa.
Totally. They just switched him out. Von Miller came with some extra baggage, allegedly, regarding his domestic violence history. But, yeah, I like Bosa back in the day. I don't know. You can't have enough defensive linemen. We saw that when the Eagles beat the Chiefs. I think that we saw this season, and for those of you who are not like deep into football, sorry, but we saw this season the emergence of the running back, which is a game changer. Now you watching the draft, how many linebackers go? All of a sudden, all these teams are saying, well, we got to stop the run. If teams are going to run now, we need linebackers. Nobody has linebackers, so watch the linebackers go. And then the Eagles showed us the way to beat the Chiefs and the way to win a championship and the way to win a Super Bowl is have a defensive line that's relentless. So everybody, again, is going to stock up on defensive tackles, interior linemen that can rush and stop the run, and edge rushers who can get two quarterbacks. They're going to be gold.
Yeah.
My 2 cents anyway.
Yeah. Hey, the speaking of gold, the brown and gold, the UW women won again. So they're going to play for the conference title. So if they win the conference title, are they in the tournament?
I think you automatically are. If you win your conference, I'm pretty sure you get a seed. Yeah, I'm excited. I thought you were going to say, speaking of gold, and you were going to talk about the price of eggs because there's an egg story in the Cowboys.
I went to some stores yesterday and I was looking, and one store I was at King Supers here, and one store the lowest dozen was $6.39, but it went up to like $11.50 for a dozen of eggs. And there's plenty of $10 dozens, and I was only looking at prices for dozens. But that averages like 52 to 96 cents an egg. I mean, you buy a carton of eggs and you're paying almost $1 an egg for it. This is organic, and I understand people want organic, and it's what they're feeding them, and it's probably more expensive to do it. But just like we were talking about pricing before, I think just slapping the word organic, is like an excuse to charge extra. And you should charge extra if it costs extra to make. But how much are you just charging for the word organic too?
Good point. Regarding the Cowgirls,
what you get if people want to pay it, then
yeah. And I told you weeks ago here in Ooh La La Jackson, a dozen of those organic premium eggs that were pooped out by chickens who admit to being treated so good that they're happy to make eggs was like $18 a dozen. So eggs are going crazy. And back to the Cowgirls. Yes, tonight they play. That's going to be on CBS, I want to say. CBS Sports Network, UW and San Diego State for all the marbles, Mountain West Conference Championship after the win over Fresno State. So come on, girls. Cowgirls They're not done yet. Their season not even close to over. Let's keep going. I love it. All right, Greg.
Yeah.
We're close to over. Speaking of done. But
I'm gonna go sell some eggs.
All right.
Get scalp them like tickets.
Yeah.
I got 2 here. Who needs 2?
And give your cat some catnip. Tell him to chill out after what he did to poor Spalding. Let's have our cats meet tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah, if I could find her.
All right.
Absolutely.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues after Wendy Core's news. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
We'll see you on the other side of news here.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, March 12th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Accused of helping an 18-year-old suspected shooter hide from the law, 2 Gillette people each face up to 3 years in prison on accessory charges. 18-year-old Terry Harrell and 20-year-old Odessa Mon were charged Monday with accessory after the fact to attempted second-degree murder in Gillette Circuit Court. Cowboy State Daily's Clara McFarland reports that early in the course of the investigation into the whereabouts of Cameron Crusoe, the 2 had been interviewed by law enforcement officers, but they denied knowing where Crusoe was hiding out.
Campbell County Sheriff's investigators have an anonymous caller on the line Saturday. Like, there's a gold-colored Ford Taurus outside Crusoe's mother's home, and 4 people just got out, went to the home. And so deputies go to the neighborhood. By their account, 3 people, 2 adults and a child, come out of the home. So then they go and they stop the car as it's driving away. Like, hey, do you guys know where Crusoe is? He's accused of shooting someone and hospitalizing him. According to the court documents, they're like, we have not talked to him. We don't know where he is.
Crusoe is the suspect in a March 4th shooting that left 19-year-old Preston Headland with an abdominal wound and at least 1 surgery. The nutritionist at the Laramie County Senior Center plays a little game of eggonomics every week, balancing the nutritional value of eggs versus the center's budget. Carol Duran said overall egg costs have lately doubled at the Senior Center over what they were before the avian bird flu epidemic. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that those high prices have attracted a lot of questions from Americans and, more recently, a federal investigation from the Department of Justice examining whether large producers are conspiring to raise prices or hold back supply.
If you look at it, the production rate of eggs hasn't dropped that much. It's dropped 4%. It hasn't dropped below per capita consumption. So yeah, the supply has dwindled, but there are still enough eggs, right? So if the cost to produce a dozen eggs is only in the 70-cent range, why are we paying $8 a dozen?
A dozen great value eggs from Walmart were going for $5.97 at Walmart in Cheyenne on Tuesday, or around 50 cents per egg. At King Soopers in Cheyenne, a dozen ranged from $6.39 to $11.49 a dozen, with the more expensive eggs labeled organic. That's a range of about 53 to 96 cents per egg. U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis's team confirmed to Cowboy State Daily on Tuesday that she is gearing up for re-election, which means there could be an even more crowded field for other statewide Wyoming races in 2026. A senior communications advisor for Lummis told Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson that plans are underway for her 2026 bid for re-election to a second term.
She's had a pretty high favorability rating, and it's probably safe to say that all the very legitimate candidates are probably going to all shift to either the House or the governor's race.
Lummis was elected to the Senate in 2020. Prior to that, she served 4 terms in the U.S. House from 2009 to 2017 and was Wyoming's treasurer from 1999 to 2007. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
Spalding the cat has seen better days. Suffering from an infected wound, he might have died or been euthanized, but animal advocates across northern Wyoming are doing whatever they can to ensure that he survives, recovers, and finds a loving home again. The executive director of the Second Chance Sheridan Cat Rescue Organization told Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi that Spalding saved himself when he walked into a Gillette home through a dog door.
The people who found him took him to the Gillette Animal Shelter, and they might have put him down, but he won the hearts of everybody there. So they reached out to Second Chance Sheridan Cat Rescue and said, nobody in Gillette wants to put this cat down. He's a fighter, and we want to give him a fighting chance. They're guarded in their optimism, but they think that there's a good potential. In a month from now, he could be healed to enough of an extent that he could be adopted into a forever home, and that's what everybody wants.
Second Chance director Rachel Christensen said that if he continues to recover, she believes Spalding will look like a new cat once he's fully recovered. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'll never forget the day I nearly died. I was a young journalist with a great career, starting a family. The only way we found out I had any kind of heart issue was when I went into sudden death. My coworkers sprung into action. They've recently been trained in life-saving CPR protocols developed by the American Heart Association. They're the ones that kept me alive until the medics came. They did many tests on me in the hospital after my cardiac arrest and created a treatment plan, all with research from the American Heart Association. I think unless you are a heart disease patient, you may not know how much work the American Heart Association does behind the scenes to save your life. Since my cardiac arrest, I've had 2 more children. I've watched all 3 of my children grow into adulthood. I'm going to cry now. Graduate from college. My daughter got married. I have grandchildren. And I'm still here.
Learn more about the American Heart Association's work at helpheart.org.
Back in the studio, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 2. Good to have you with us. President Trump buys a Tesla. Well, that was kind of foolish. I'm not a big fan of the Tesla. I don't know who is. Some people love them. Cowboy State Daily did a story on that woman who had her heart set on a Tesla and finally bought it. Who was that? Let's see if I can look that up. Cowboy State Day, I just look up Tesla. There was that woman who, she really wanted a Tesla. She was excited to get it and she loves it. But, you know, the rest of the world, especially those of us in Wyoming, know the Tesla, that garbage can pickup truck. This Tesla Cybertruck is kind of a joke. Maybe the Tesla vehicle is good, the car Tesla, but the Cybertruck, yeah, I don't know about that. I can't find that story. Anyway, the headline looked deceiving for me. The headline I read says, Trump buys Tesla to make a statement about Musk backlash. And I thought for a second President Trump bought Tesla, like the whole company. And I thought, man, he must be doing better than I thought. I thought as a businessman, Trump wasn't exactly, he's not Elon Musk, let's say that. But Tesla's in real problems right now. Its stock plummeting so fast, some are calling it the Tesla Chainsaw Massacre. So maybe Musk was looking for a way out however he could get it. But no, I was reading the headline wrong. Trump buys Tesla to make a statement about Musk's backlash. He didn't buy the company, but he did buy a Tesla. And in this photo, he's standing by the Tesla Cybertruck. So I think he got the truck. Trump delivered remarks alongside Musk and his son. Multiple Teslas, including the Cybertruck, were parked outside the White House. So basically, he's just doing a big, giant advertisement for Musk's Teslas. And he's, here he's standing. I'll share a photo. I'll describe it for you on the radio. It's just Elon Musk and President Donald Trump standing outside the White House in front of a Tesla Cybertruck. And Trump said he's all excited about the vehicles. He said, I'm going to buy because, number one, it's a great product. As good as it gets, Trump says. Number two, because this man, Elon Musk, he's pointing to, has devoted his energy and his life to doing this. And I think he has been treated unfairly. So it's a pity buy, it looks like. That's a lot of money to... I mean, why else do you buy a Tesla Cybertruck? You don't buy it for its ability to tow, its ability to haul, or its ability to do anything off pavement. No. None of those three reasons would be top of the list why you buy a Tesla Cybertruck. Top of the list would be, I feel bad for Elon Musk. I guess if you're Trump, I don't feel bad for a richest man on the planet because his stock's going down and people don't like him. But that was incentive for Trump to buy at least number two. He said, number two, I think this man has been treated unfairly. That was his number two reason to buy a Cybertruck. A pity buy. Number one was because he thinks it's a great product. The jury might be out on that. I don't know why he was bringing that up. I think I was like browsing on the interwebs during the news and I just saw Trump buys Tesla and I thought, no, it can't. Oh, I know what I was doing. I was looking for the weatherman who was delivering the weather on TV when a tornado hit. Right then and there. Brooks Garner, meteorologist for Fox 35 in Lake Mary, Florida, that's just north of Orlando, kept his cool as an EF2 tornado hit the studio. Monday morning, I think he was on the air. He was, presumably delivering the weather, and we have tornado watch in the Lake Mary area. You want to be, all of a sudden things are like flying around on the building roof, flying around on the windows outside. And he said, we're in a tornado right now. And he told his colleagues, he told the news anchor, who was, somebody with concrete perfect hair and the big broad chin. He told the news anchor and the sidekick, who was hired for the size of her breasts, probably. He said, get under the desk. Stuff flying around. 111 to 135 mile an hour tornado hits Fox 35. Let's see if I can find the news anchors to see how correct I was. But he's saying that there's tornado, there's storm watch, there's going to be lightning, thunder, all that. And then this tornado hits. And he said, he looks at his map and boy, they must have some kind of fancy weather stuff because Fox 35 has what's called a debris detector. So I guess that not only can they know a tornado is happening, but they can understand when things are flying around. Yeah, a cloudy, chance of rain and wind and a chance of debris. Oh, there's a door from a Tesla Cybertruck just flew by. According to our debris detector, actually what Brooks Garner said was, seek shelter immediately. And then he turned to his own crew and he said, get under your desks, guys, anchors, under the desk. Producers, everybody, get under your desks. As this tornado hit Fox 35 studio. But he did it in a very, he wasn't as excited as I am. I think he did it in a very calm manner. I really want to see what the anchors look like. But that's something. And when we get our weather guy, Don Day, on, I want to ask him if he knows of this news. And I want to kind of feel out how cool under fire Don Day would be. Let's say he was on a Zoom with me and bam, something hit. There are tornadoes in Wyoming. It's pretty rare. If we get one, it's going to be down there in the southeast corner. A tornado. There are other things that we could have that could be happening. But I want to get a feel for how cool under fire our meteorologist would be, Don Day. So he'll be on the show here in just minutes, about 5 minutes. And I will say, Don, what if a tornado hit right now? What would be your course of action? Would you instruct me to get under would you be mindful of my safety? Would you think only for yourself and run out of the building? What exactly would be your demeanor if right during our little weather bit, a tornado hit? Let's find out when Don comes on. Shh, don't tell him. Don't give him a heads up. We're going to find out when he gets on the show. We're also going to talk with Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder right after Don Day. And we'll pick her brain about the legislative session. There were, 5, 6, 7 bills concerning education. Some passed, some didn't. We'll get her take on what happened there. And she had some other topics she wanted to talk about. Me personally, I want to talk about women's rugby with Superintendent Degenfelder. I didn't know she's a women's rugby coach at the college. That's a rough sport. And Superintendent Degenfelder has been outspoken regarding transgender athletes, and she calls it a matter of safety, and it's a good, easy reason to see why. Imagine if you had a big, giant New Zealand man who identified as a woman playing women's rugby. He could break somebody in half. So we'll ask Superintendent Degenfelder about her rugby career. She's not going to see that one coming. And, a whole bunch of other stuff. Let's get into the Zoom room and I heard somebody knock on the Zoom door. Now I don't see anything. Well, that's weird. I heard you ring the doorbell, but I don't see anybody in the Zoom room. It would be a little early for Don. But I am expecting him. Hopefully he was not listening in when we were talking about the TV meteorologist and the whole tornado thing. And if you are listening, Don, I saw you knock on the Zoom door, but now I don't see you. You must have fell out somehow. We're still working through technology. I mean, the more capability you have with the interwebs and all these fancy computers, the more something will go wrong, right? Although we've been remarkably successful in making a radio show podcast happen. I mean, we just launched in October, November, December, January, February. So we've been like 5.5 months and getting better every day and getting to radio. In fact, we're on radio now. Did you know that? We're on our first radio station with many more to come. Well, we hope to be syndicated across the state in radio. But it's not without some growing pains, which mostly concern me pressing the wrong buttons and getting Zoom to work correctly, which is Sounds easy, but not necessarily. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah, Trump bought a Tesla Cybertruck. I think it's a Cybertruck. I mean, he had one parked out front, and he was standing in front of it when he said he bought one, so I'm assuming it was a Cybertruck, maybe. Yeah, and whatever your reasoning, I'm not a fan particularly. There's Don Day weather forecast down. We were talking about President Trump said he bought a Tesla to help out Elon Musk, help him out, the richest guy on the planet. He feels bad for him because he's been getting his stock in Tesla is like plummeting faster than the temperature in Wyoming when we get a cold front moving in. So he bought that was his reasoning. It was basically a pity buy. He bought one of them Tesla Cybertrucks. Is there any reason to buy one like normal reason? Like, do you buy one because you need to haul something or tow something or not really? You buy one because you feel bad for the founder.
Yeah, well, they don't look very utilitarian. Let's put it that way. They do look cool. I have to tell you though, when I drive by one, I do a double take. It's like,
yeah,
it's like, okay, it's kind of like you're like, this is what it's going to look like in 50 years. All the cars are going to look like that.
Yeah, they're futuristic in a time where everything looks the same. You're right. I mean, every truck, every car, every SUV, they all look the same. So, give them credit for that. This is definitely a futuristic looking vehicle. But here's what we really wanted to ask you other than weather. Did you see Fox 35, Florida, when Brooks Garner, meteorologist, was on TV doing the weather forecast when a tornado hit? Right when he was saying chance of a tornado here in Orlando, bam, there's a tornado.
Well, boy, that's good. No, I was not aware of that.
Well, I wanted to get a sense because apparently Brooks is being heralded for his cool head. He very calmly just rolled with it. He had the weather map and he was like, he had what is called a debris detector. He had some fancy stuff. I don't know what your Doppler has, but he's got a debris detector. He could tell if like a car door or a tree or a small child or a trampoline, more likely, backyard flies by. Like he knew. So he's doing that. And then here comes the tornado. And he tells his anchors very calm. He's like, get under your desks, everybody. Get under your desk. We're under a tornado. It was a E2 or whatever they call it, EF2.
Hey, that makes great live television. Way to go.
So I wanted to get a sense. Let's pretend right now, and let me, if I can jiggle. Whoa, I'm jiggling. Like, what if we were under a tornado right now, Don? Oh, what would you do? Would you panic and just run out of your office?
I would tell everybody panic and run around screaming.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Well, in Wyoming, I will tell you what most people do during a tornado warning. They go outside.
Yeah.
And they go, where is it?
Yeah. They might hold a hat. They might put on their tight hat that day. I put on my smaller hat. Yeah, you're right. That's the Wyoming way. And the way it just blows regular in Casper or in those windy places. Can you tell if you're under an EF2 or if it's just Wyoming that day?
Well, when we get into late May is when we start to see historically the chances of tornadoes in Wyoming. And so Wyoming gets its fair share of tornadoes. I'll tell you that we get more tornadoes than you think out in the eastern counties of the state, but a lot of them just don't get necessarily reported all the time. But Wyoming is very popular. The eastern counties of Wyoming is very popular with the storm chasers. There's more storm chasing that happens in eastern Wyoming than you think, especially early in the season.
Yeah.
So that'll be something we'll talk about in the weeks ahead.
Yeah, not to worry today, though. Today looks like the one last nice day in a string of really nice days. Things change tomorrow and certainly for the weekend. What's happening?
Yeah, we've got winter weather advisories for Wyoming's western mountains. We have another day. Really, parts of Wyoming are going to get 2 more good days, the eastern part of the state. All of the state will enjoy a really nice day today. But tomorrow, we're going to see a front that's hitting California tonight move really fast. And it's going to bring rain and snow to western Wyoming as early as late tonight and tomorrow morning. But it's really overnight Thursday into Friday. It's a fast-moving system, but it will bring a burst of snow to the mountains, a burst of rain and snow to the plains, and a lot of wind. And boy, I tell you, Friday is going to be a lot colder. Friday is just going to be a raw day. But it's moving so quick that it's not going to have an opportunity to become a major storm for the state. But if you're going to be traveling tomorrow night and Friday, especially over the mountain passes or near the mountains, you need to be prepared for some winter driving in some areas.
Friday, a good day to stay in. Good. Well, we've had some warning, and we got an idea of how cool under fire our meteorologist would be. Don Day, if a tornado hits, he and everybody else is going to go outside and say, "Where? I want to see it." Thanks, Don. Have a great day.
You too.
Take a quick break. We'll be right back with Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder next.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Panda, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. We welcome into the Zoom room rugby coach Megan Degenfelder. I can't believe that.
Well, I missed practice last night, Jake.
Did you really?
Yep, I was slacking as a coach.
For real? Like, that's a violent sport. We'll talk about that because it sort of definitely factors into you and who you are and kind of in the news of the day. I want to start with, though, Superintendent, with this story today, news today, that there was maybe some rumor, some inkling that there would be the elimination of the U.S. Department of Education. And you told Cowboy State Daily as far back as early last month that that'd be all right with you. You're all for that. And it seems we're getting there by default. Trump fired like half the department. And I think the intent is to kind of just gut it and get rid of it. What's happening there? And why would you, as Superintendent of Public Instruction for Wyoming, like to see the elimination of the U.S. Department of Education?
Well, you're right, Jake. From day one, I've been supportive of this idea, this promise that President Trump has given us that he would dismantle the U.S. Department of Education. Just yesterday, they announced a reduction in force of nearly 50% of employees at the department. They did say that they're going to continue on with all statutory obligations and those formula funds for, special education, for Pell Grants, those type of things. They can't fully gut the entire agency without congressional approval, but they're well on their way with this cut. And, for me, it's all about getting more money quicker to the states rather than dealing with, the bureaucracy that exists at the federal agency. So I think it's exciting. It puts Wyoming more in the driver's seat and gives us more authority over our education.
Okay, so this is okay for Wyoming, probably better. And yes, until congressional approval, I guess this is the preemptive strike, this shot across the bow. This is a way to start to get to it, is just send everybody home or half of them home. Interesting. All right, let's shift gears from that to the recently concluded 68th session, the legislative session. There were several bills concerning education. Some passed, some didn't. Let's start with House Bill 46, Homeschool Freedom Act. As someone who is the superintendent of public instruction, are you anti-homeschooling? Don't you want kids in a classroom, or do you want what's best for a kid is education-wise? What's going on with homeschooling? Has it become easier?
So, in my position, I really take seriously the role of ensuring that every child is educated, that we have an educated citizenry. And for me, that includes, as much choice as possible for families to decide what best meets their students' needs. And, parents have a constitutional fundamental right to direct their child's education. And so whether that be within the public system or within the private system, homeschooling, you name it, I'm here to support them. And so was very supportive of that bill. All it did was really remove just unnecessary bureaucracy where homeschool parents had to submit their materials, go through this whole red tape process with districts when they were receiving no state dollars to do it.
Right. They had to declare their curriculum and clear everything with the school district. So that looks good. House Bill 46. What else happened? And some things that I don't think we got the cell phone. Kids are going to still be on their cell phone. Senate File 21 failed, I think.
It did. That was one that I was supportive of. A lot of districts do have policies regarding cell phone use during instructional time. So that's good. But, I think it leads us to an even greater discussion and a topic that I've brought up as a potential interim topic to the committee. And that's just around behavioral issues with students, looking at discipline reform in our state. We've seen several states that have passed things like Teachers' Bill of Rights that include things like a ban on cell phones, but it's broader than that. It's really addressing how we discipline students. And so I'm really excited to have a more holistic conversation about that in the interim.
Yeah, I like that because the cell phone's just, it's just a thing. And if it's not a cell phone, it's something else. There's a bigger issue. It's not all the cell phone's problem. We got to discuss a lot of things when it comes to how kids are educated. And I meant to say, when we were talking about homeschooling numbers are up, are they not? I mean, we saw that kind of blow up during COVID, but the amount of parents that are choosing to homeschool, that has been more than ever in Wyoming.
We do. We've seen increases in all different choices of education in Wyoming. And so I think that just shows that that's what our people want. That's what the people of Wyoming, the parents of Wyoming want. And so as elected officials, as government agencies, that's our duty, is to provide what they want. And that's exactly what we're going to do.
Excuse my ignorance. You've forgotten more about education in Wyoming than I'll ever know. But House Enrolled Act 52, is that the one where we're talking about private schools and possibly the $7,000 per kid private schools? What happened there, and is that good?
So that was House Bill 199, and that was creating a universal education savings account. So, of course, we had previously passed the education savings account last year, but it was really limited, and the governor line item vetoed most of the income levels. And so it was really just for our very lowest income. This bill, it creates universal opportunity for parents to be able to access that. I think it's a great thing. I think it allows parents, again, to have more opportunity for choices, but it still includes a degree of accountability there for receiving taxpayer dollars. And so what that means is parents, they don't get just a $7,000 check in the mail. What that means is they use our marketplace that we house at the Department of Education, and they get those $7,000 to use to provide for their child's education, whether it's homeschool curriculums, a private school tuition, and it really just, again, provides more choices for parents, and also includes a pre-K provision as well.
I want to one day, and we're going to have to make this regular. We're going to have to keep on meeting like this, I think, because there's so many topics regarding education that I want to get to, including charter schools, private schools, and how they fit into the scene, how they fit into the picture, and especially career and technical education. That's been a big thing. You're pushing hard on that, these CTE. It doesn't always have to be high school, a stepping stone to college. There may be something else, and CTE could help that. What are you doing on that? The strategic importance of career and technical education.
Well, this has been a really big one for me, and we've made a lot of strides in the last 2 years. This legislative session in particular, we had a couple of bills that really supported CTE. One was just creating more efficiencies within grant programs that they receive, front loading some of those funds that just weren't really usable because it was so low and had to be spread out over time. And then the second one is we actually passed a bill that takes CTE out of the funding model, that block grant where districts just get all of their money and then can allocate, however they want. And so what that does is it ensures that districts are spending the dollars that were meant for CTE on CTE. And so that was really showing the support of those programs, and I think will be a great thing.
Senate File 98. I think this did not pass. For me, Superintendent, and by the way, we're talking with Superintendent Megan Degenfelder, Superintendent of Public Instruction. For me, I am so apolitical, and I don't care for politics, and I hate when politics are in everything, and I wonder why they're in school choices. I wonder why you run for election on with a political party. But certainly Senate File 98, I don't know if I need my school board trustees to have a party affiliation. Where are you on this, and what happened with the Senate file?
You're right. It did not ultimately pass, but I think is a great discussion to have, and one that I supported. Unfortunately, politics is everywhere, and education is no exception. And what we've seen over the last couple of decades is really the left has infiltrated things like curriculum, education programs, and so my role, I think, is to remove politics from the classroom. There should not be any of that in the classroom. But unfortunately, when we talk about our leaders, we want to make sure that they represent our values. And I think that when you look down ticket like that, and people aren't maybe doing their homework as well, at least they can have a measure of if those representatives, hold their values.
Yeah, it is a good ballpark measure if you aren't super informed on the issues and on the candidates. Yeah, I can see that. One other thing that kind of gets off the education a little bit, I know you weighed in on, and until I knew the rugby connection, I was wondering what's the passion there. But the story from Leo Wolfson all the way back in January. Degenfelder says trans rules, school choice among top priorities for legislation. The whole transgender and who can use whose bathroom, and especially when it comes to sports, and certainly when it comes to contact sports like rugby, you being rugby coach, I think of somebody, transitioning or identifying as a female, and there's some big Samoan New Zealand bruiser who doing the haka and then trying to break girls in half. Like, come on, that's not even fair. It's about safety.
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate that, because I think we need to start calling it what it is. And it's about protecting girls for safety and opportunity. I get so tired of the left accusing this of a movement of bigotry. And it's just not. It's about protecting girls and women. And as you say, as a university rugby coach, that's arguably the most contact sport that exists. And so this bill that has passed that includes higher levels, university, community colleges, at that level, that directly impacts, my role as a coach. Because, in club rugby, anyone can join. We're a Division I club sport. But this allows me to be able to protect my girls if someone were to try to join the team on a day that we're tackling. And so I'm really proud of our efforts in that. And I think that we've come a long way.
It might look a little like rugby tonight because the Cowgirls play a physical game of basketball, but how about those girls? We're rooting for them tonight. CBS, it's the Mountain West Conference Championship, and what a season.
I know. It's been really fun to watch from Air Force and Fresno State, and now we hope they take the whole thing.
Go get them, Cowgirls. All right, Superintendent, thanks so much for being on. We're working behind the scenes. Maybe you're aware, maybe not, of having you regular on the show because there's a lot of things we still have to get to. But I appreciate you getting on.
Yep, education's so important. There's so many topics, and so it's important that folks around the state are aware and involved.
Later today, you'll be interviewed by a radio station who this show has just syndicated with. We'll be on that radio station, this show in a replay beginning at 10. So there'll be more Megan Degenfelder on KJAX. Tell Del Rey I said hi, and enjoy your day in Jackson.
I will. Thanks so much.
You bet. Megan Degenfelder, that's Superintendent of Public Instruction. So great to have her on. We got to take a quick break. Get Andrew Rossi into the room right after this on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. More on the way.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic. Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake, Hour 2, and Andrew Rossi joining the Zoom room in a moment. He had that story today about Spalding, the sad sack cat from Sheridan that is on his 9th life. But if animal advocates across northern Wyoming have anything to say about it, Spalding is hopefully going to recover from his injuries and be adopted into a forever home. Let's get the guy who wrote this story and watch how this one tugs at your heartstrings. Andrew Rossi into the room and onto the show. And Andrew, it's smart to write stories about animals because people are almost in full agreement on animals. And, oh, man, if you can have a photo that tugs at the heart, that makes you want to come alongside. And I'm reaching for my wallet as soon as I saw poor Spalding and the condition this cat was in. I was ready to just, where do I send the money?
The only thing that's missing is the Sarah McLachlan soundbite.
Oh, I have to go get that while you tell me how. I'm always amazed by how you find these stories. So Sheridan cat, and he walks into somebody's house, like he comes through the doggy door and says, "Help me."
Well, that's the interesting thing. He's a Gillette cat. He was living in the Gillette area, and he just, walked in through the doggy door of someone's home, recognizing probably that he needed help. So the Gillette family took him to the Gillette Animal Shelter, and they were contemplating putting him down because of the condition he was in, but then he just won the hearts of everyone there. So they contacted Second Chance Sheridan Cat Rescue, and they said, we don't want to put this guy down. We want to give him a chance. So they took him in, and they've been treating him ever since, and they think they've got a pretty good chance of getting him back to normal, so that down the line, you might not even know that he suffered from this affliction. But it's a long road ahead for him, no matter what.
Yeah, hypothermia. This cat was super cold when they got it. They put him in an incubator to warm him up. He was dehydrated, obviously has a big abscess and injury from what they think might have been a cat fight. But orange cats, everybody knows orange cats are so cool. And I'm glad that the people in the biz who vets or animal rescue people, I'm glad they recognize right away that this is a special cat because, he's on his 9th life, and you could very easily say the world does not need one more cat. Let's just put him down. He's almost gone. But, he must have been purring up a storm as he won everybody over.
Yep, ever since, and he's been eating very healthily, so he's doing everything he can to get himself to the condition where he's stable enough to be treated, and he's going to need a lot of treatment to keep this infection, get that down, get the abscess down, so he can go back to being a normal cat.
And this is not a marketing ploy for the folks, but if you feel so inclined, I imagine you could reach out to this Second Chance Sheridan Cat Rescue. I mean, just Google them up and ask them if they need a little financial help to help Spalding. You never know.
No marketing ploy at all. And the thing is, the Second Second Chance Sheridan Cat Rescue, their goal is to make it so the Gillette Animal Shelter can become a no-kill shelter. And that's, Spalding's kind of a great symbol of that, is that normally this cat would have been put down in that condition because it was so severe. But they recognized that they had a resource that would be willing to take this animal on and give it all the attention and care that it needs. So I think that's a goal that everybody would like, is for all of our shelters to be no kill. And that's what the Second Chance Rescue is providing to the Gillette residents, is that there is an option. So their support in Spalding's case will help future cases where animals would be put down, but they'll get another chance to find a home.
That's good. Great story, Andrew. We're just days away from this lunar eclipse that I'm just finding out, and the moon's going to appear red, and you can explain why. And it's also the worm moon, the worm moon eclipse. All these full moons have a name. The worm moon, because it's thought to bring out earthworms or something. What's going on with the moon?
Yeah, so it's a total lunar eclipse. So it's going to be an early morning sort of thing. So if you get out around just before 1 a.m., you should be able to see it. But that's when the Earth passes between the moon and the sun. So the shadow of the Earth is going to be cast onto the surface of the moon, which is what turns it that unique blood red color. But that's not the entire thing. So it's not like you're going to see the moon gradually turn red. If you go out earlier, it's just going to look like the moon is partially obscured by a shadow, which it is. But then once you get to the peak of the eclipse, which is, I believe, is around 12:50 a.m. our time on Friday the 14th, then you'll see the spectacular blood red moon. So you'll want to set your alarm clocks for that unless you want to watch the whole thing, which I'm told is like watching grass grow, but a bit more exciting since it's space stuff.
Yeah, well, and it better be red. I'm holding you to it. Same way when Don Day says it's going to snow 4 inches, there better be 4.
Well, it will be red. It's just a question of whether or not you'll be able to see the red through whatever weather we're having. And I haven't checked yet. I'm going to check in with Don to see what our outlook is, or forecast is for the eclipse. But if it is clear, it will be red.
Roger that. It is the worm moon, the red worm moon. I'm excited for that. What about this story? Now, I haven't had a chance. I don't know. Have we talked about the UW license plate? I don't think we have.
We have not.
Okay. So, yes, because I wanted to tell you that I didn't. This was cool news to me. For one, there's a lot of people that don't like the new plate, which is, you can call it dark blue all you want. That's black. It's pretty basic. If you don't like that look, there are other options, obviously. And one of them is one that I chose way back when, like in 2008. I got the first Wyoming University license plate. University of Wyoming. You don't have to have gone there, which is the big misconception I think people need. Well, I'm not a Wyoming graduate. Anyone could do it for like $150, and there's a new look of the plate out now, and I'll share that with folks who are doing the podcast. But yeah, and this is the third different plate the university has done.
Yep, it's third iteration of the UW license plate, and it costs a total of $180 once you factor in the $30 YDOT fee. But yeah, and I should address, I've gotten numerous emails about this. Wyoming does offer other specialty plates supporting different causes. So we just chose to do a story about this one because the UW plate is becoming a more attractive option to a lot of people who might not have considered it, because they're not as thrilled with the standard Wyoming license plate, and they like the idea of having the mountains out there or different colors and whatnot. And the UW plate is a pretty clear contrast from the standard state plate during this run. So for the next 8 years, that's an option people can choose to have on their vehicles, and they can do the entire process online. They can order it online, specify what numbers they would like if they're available, and then swing by their county clerk's office to pick up the plates once they're available. So, and that's why we chose to focus the story in that way, because they're getting a lot of attention that might be new attention for, I mean, like you, a lot of people already have these plates and just renew them every time there's a new cycle that comes around. But a lot more people are noticing the UW plate this time around.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a new look, a new redesign. It's pretty cool. It's the reason why I chose to go UW places, just because it was, brown and gold, and it just spoke Wyoming to me back when I didn't like the plate that was being issued. But there are, there's conservation license plates. There's all different kinds of specialty plates you can get. But I like the UW plates, and I got to pick my number. Back, it was early enough. They said, up until 100, they said you can choose your number, and they told you what was left, and you could pick. I said, I'll take 68. It was like the lowest number I think I could get. But yeah, it's pretty fun. Good story. The license plate thing. Let's talk about snowmobiling. Everybody's gearing up for the World Championship hill climb here in Jackson, where they go straight up Snow King, these crazy sled heads. Polaris loves showing off their new line. 26 models are out now, and they love showing them off where who wouldn't in Wyoming, where it's steep and deep.
Yeah, and they've been doing this for years. The thing that made this last shoot unique was the fact that they wanted to go all Wyoming with it. So they chose a lot of the best riders and a photographer who knows how to shoot snowmobilers while they're doing their thing. But the cool thing is like you have to wonder, it's like, did they want to find the best Wyoming riders or just the best riders? Well, the answer is they can do both, because a lot of the best snowmobile riders in the world, and or at least in the nation, are living in the Jackson area because of the backcountry snowmobiling options, which is growing in popularity. Because most people I've seen on snowmobiles, they're using them on flat surfaces, frozen lakes, or cultivated trails. And Polaris wanted to showcase how rugged and adaptable and just utilitarian their new line was. So they chose to go to the backcountry in the Teton area to show how well their machines perform. And you got some really dramatic, exciting shots of people doing their thing on these Polaris snowmobiles, which I think is pretty exciting. The fact that a company based in Minnesota knows that there's a Wyoming market, but they also believe that Wyoming's one of the best places to showcase the versatility of their products.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense why they would do the shoot here. Wyoming, this is where you snowmobile. And to choose an all Wyoming kind of thing, the photographer, that makes sense. Todd Williams, been doing this for a long time, knows how to shoot these action shots. And like you said, the snow machiners they got, I know the two they got from Star Valley, and they're legit. And then the only non-Wyoming was, I think, Polaris spokesperson came along and rode a sled, because, hey, you got to take advantage of that. On a 2026 Polaris in Wyoming, how could you resist jumping on that thing?
For me, Jake, there's nothing more fun than getting a group of people who are just really darn good at what they do and just letting them be good at what they do. Like, it's just keep capturing them in that moment. That is when things that get really special. So I think that was a great idea by Polaris to get just the best riders out there and give them the machines for the job and say, just go out and do what you're going to do and we'll capture it.
I've always been a fan of the Polaris. People are really divided, like Ford, Chevy, Dodge with their pickups, and there's very little intermingling with snow machiners as well. You're either Polaris or you're Kitty Cat. You like the Arctic Cat. I've always been Polaris, beginning with their brand, the way out. I mean, what is better tagline than that? Polaris is the way out. And yeah, their machine, they're all good. They're all good.
Oh, yeah, all the snowmobilers I talked to said that what you said. People are very particular about the brand that they stick with, and it's very difficult, if not impossible, to get them to sway from that. But for Wyomingites, the thing you should at least consider is that Polaris recognizes the Wyoming market, and they care about what their machines doing well and having a presence in our state, that's got to stand for something.
Yeah, that means something, I think, for Minnesota-based outfit to acknowledge that the place you need to take sleds is Wyoming. Everybody in Minnesota knows that, and Michigan. They all come out here to get the best snow, the best powder. Great stories, Andrew. What are you working on?
Oh, I've got a couple of things in the works. We've got a new social media sensation that I interviewed. Who's been dancing it up on TikTok. And we got the story about where his career's going. Really interesting stuff. And then plenty of interesting things coming together for the weekend.
As a DJ, I love anybody who's got a case of dancing feet. I'll be interested to check that out. Andrew, have a fantastic Wednesday.
You too, Jake.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Wrapping up hour 2 with Andrew Rossi, and plenty of stories you got to read, including a different option for you license plate hunters. If you don't like the new Wyoming plates, sooner or later you're going to have to change over to those, I would think. There is another option. University of Wyoming makes plates. Go Pokes, proudly displayed on the license plate. I have the one going all the way back to 2008 when they first launched. I enjoy them. It's an option. It's one-time $150 fee to the university and then $30 to your local DMV to process. But it's an option for sure. And whatever else we talked about, I forget already. I'm already looking ahead to the next hour. Let's get to Wendy Core's news. Top of the hour. We'll see you on the other side of that. Still a lot more to go here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We got Claire McFarland coming up first thing after the news, and I have a lot to ask Claire.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, March 12th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The college sports landscape has changed significantly over the past couple of years, mostly due to the emergence of paid name, image, and likeness, or NIL, opportunities for college athletes, and the elimination of limits on how many times an athlete can transfer schools throughout their playing careers. On Tuesday, U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman weighed in on the matter during a House Judiciary Committee meeting, saying that former University of Wyoming football star Josh Allen could have been lured away from the Pokes had the current transfer rules and NIL opportunities been available. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson has the story.
The groups that are working on behalf of the schools are using lucrative NIL deals to lure athletes to new athletic opportunities. And Hageman was bringing up the example that she doubted Josh Allen might have stayed had he had these opportunities being given to him and having the ability to transfer out of UW.
UW's men's basketball and football teams have lost some of their top players in recent years after they transferred out to other schools. The state of Wyoming has enough evidence to keep prosecuting 2 Big Piney men for their alleged involvement in a February impalement murder. That's what a judge ruled Tuesday in the case of 19-year-old Rowan Littauer and 18-year-old Orion Schlesinger. Littauer is charged with first-degree murder, and Schlesinger is charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, responsible for the death of 23-year-old Big Piney man Dakota Farley by bow and arrow. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the 2 face life in prison or the death penalty if convicted.
So we have just a tiny bit of finger pointing to where Schlesinger is saying he threatened me, he pushed me into this. He said that in a letter that he sent to the judge. And then Littauer, on the other hand, his attorney kept pointing to Littauer when he confessed essentially to killing this man with a bow and arrow, said he was peer pressured.
Pinedale Circuit Court Judge John Labuta's finding establishes probable cause for the charges applied to each of the defendants, but doesn't form a conviction of guilt. During public testimony Tuesday, Rocky Mountain Power officials said they are already seeing a lot of interest in what they call very large customers as the power company fielded public input on its latest double-digit rate increase proposal. That's why it's proposing to require ratepayers who reserve 200 megawatts or more to forge a special contract with the company, so the costs these data centers and other power users ring up won't be forced upon regular residential ratepayers. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to a representative for AARP Wyoming who said that seniors are already feeling the pain of higher costs of living, so adding on a higher electric bill is concerning.
The Wyoming AARP director contractor that I talked to, he's worried about how they're going to handle that in the future because, as we know, every time Rocky Mountain Power has to build more infrastructure, it costs everybody on the system.
According to the terms of the agreement Rocky Mountain Power has struck, very large new load customers that require a special contract will have to take some steps showing they have sufficient credit or collateral to cover their minimum on-peak power charges for at least 5 years, along with other details that will keep the higher costs with the incoming businesses and not passed on to other ratepayers. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
The annual bison harvest is happening just outside Yellowstone National Park's north entrance, but this yearly event is fraught with controversy. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the process of trapping, shipping, and slaughtering hundreds of wild bison at the Stevens Creek facility near Gardner, Montana, is viewed by some tribal members and park biologists as a triumph in wildlife management, while bison advocacy groups decry the annual culling as a disservice.
Everybody seems to be upset about it. The state of Montana is suing for one reason, conservation groups are suing for another reason, and then you have these field observers, watching their every move.
The 2024 Yellowstone National Park Bison Management Plan, which sets the ideal population level for buffalo migrating in and out of the park at 3,500 to 6,000 animals, currently faces lawsuits from the state of Montana and conservation groups. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
We're back in studio here, hour 3 of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for spending your time with us. I have not checked Facebook's comments yet this morning. I should do that. Somebody's usually has some feedback telling me where I can go, or you know what I mean. Let's see. Yeah, Max said, somebody says you should move. Oh, people are fighting with each other. All right, we'll have none of that in the comment section, please. That's not what comments are for. If you need to yell at someone, you can yell at me. Don't fight with each other in the comments. It's so immature. Let's get into the Zoom room because there's a new sheriff in town. If you want to just throw shade at each other in the comment section, we'll sick Claire on you. And you'll be in real trouble. As we head to the Zoom room, there's Claire McFarland. She's got several stories, mostly concerning criminals or potential criminals or the criminal element. Those are the ones that I want to dig right into, Claire. Let's see. Let's start with the bow and arrow dudes. What the heck? You say this case is headed to a higher court. Me, I kind of read that as it's heading for a higher tree and a shorter rope. What does it mean it's heading to a higher court?
Right. So Wyoming and I believe Colorado have this system where, we get you, if you get arrested, they set your bond real quick, and then within, I think 10 days if you're in custody, 30 days if you're out on bond, they have what's called a preliminary hearing where you get to argue, no, actually the state doesn't have probable cause to keep prosecuting me. And it hearsay's allowed. So these can turn kind of dramatic and showy as everyone's arguing about probable cause. But often, very often, there's a finding. Well, because probable cause is a low bar. It's not like beyond a reasonable doubt, much more rigorous standard employed at trial. And so often they get what's called bound over. I don't use that language in my stories, even though that's the term the lawyers use. I say it just rose to a higher court. So then if the state showed probable cause, then they send you to the district court where you can give a plea, you can go to trial, you can strike a plea deal.
We're talking about this case, this incident that happened in Big Piney, tiny Big Piney. Rowan Lidauer and Orion Schlesinger, 19 and 18 respectively, could face life in prison, perhaps a death penalty. Gruesome scene, according to first responders. There was impalement. There was use of alleged bow and arrow to kill Dakota Farley on the night of February 1st, 23-year-old man. I don't know if this was in your previous story or if I'm just now learning this, but apparently there was an intent. If you listen to law enforcement and what they're piecing together, there was an intent to go get this Dakota Farley with the belief that he was a pedophile and it was a girlfriend who said, well, he never touched me. He's just creepy. What is it all about?
Yeah, so the whole pedophile remark actually was in the evidentiary affidavit from the start. And I didn't include it early on because I was like, this is a passing comment. They didn't really elaborate. There's a footnote saying the investigation didn't bear this claim out. And a family had just lost their young, 23-year-old son. And I was like, I'm not going to just throw this passing remark in. And that was my thought right after Dakota died. Like,
good point. Yeah,
we're gonna keep this out, but then it became such a huge point at both prelims, and it was a little bit contested at the I believe at both, but especially the Litauer prelim earlier in the day yesterday, where the prosecutor made a big deal, maybe for the family's sake, maybe I don't know exactly the reason, but about how investigators went and talked to the girlfriend. She told them, no, he didn't touch me, he just creeped me out. But there were hints of other evidence of inappropriate, just chatter about inappropriate touching prior that wasn't fleshed out very well at the preliminary hearing. That may become part of the case later on.
I would think it's important if you're a prosecuting attorney because you're trying to show some kind of motivation. This is not just a random, two dudes walking around with a bow and arrow run into the house of Dakota Farley. Like there was some intent here, allegedly. To walk a mile to this guy's house, and there was purpose and intent. Now, here's where we are. We got both of them kind of blaming the other. One says, I'm along for the ride, allegedly. He was the real bad guy. And the other one is, if we never do find out if there is really a bow and arrow murder, if we never find out who was the actual dude doing the bow and arrow, like, what could we do? Like whether these two collude together on purpose and or whether a jury or judge can never ascertain who it was who did the most of the damage, if not all. Where does that leave us?
Okay, this is fun. Well, fun for not fun for the people involved, but legal concepts can get kind of interesting. Okay, so Litar, according to court documents and testimony, confessed to handling the bow, right? So
okay.
Schlesinger, I think, was I believe admitted to being there. And so we have Schlesinger, I'm gonna struggle, basically saying I was pressured into it, I was threatened into it. That's in like a letter he wrote to the judge, and there's some hints of that at the prelim. And you have Litar also saying I was peer pressured. And so I think it's got to be in the back of the attorney's minds. There was a death penalty case, I think early 90s Wyoming, where I think it was like a murder for hire situation, and the conspirator was killed by the state, received the death penalty, died by the state's hand. Whereas the killer did not. And so it's got to be, since this is so far as a death penalty case, it's got to be in the back of the attorney's minds, like, okay, but who's the mind? And at this juncture, both sides are kind of hinting that the other guy was the mind.
Right. And all we know, and maybe that's their only defense, whether they're going to fall into it accidentally or figure it out on their own with a lawyer, is to say, well, there were two in the room, but we don't know which one was the actual aggressor, who pulled the trigger, who pulled the bow. Yeah. I don't know.
Right, because first degree murder requires, there's all these findings in this county, blah, 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 with premeditated malice. It's the worst crime we have on the books. It's the most severely punished crime we have on the books, but it requires that you act with premeditated malice. So if either of them can be shown to have premeditated this with some malice, then he can't be convicted of first degree murder. Right. And so I think both sides are thinking, okay, let's see whether you actually were that malicious mind.
Not to drag it all out, but I seem to recall earlier, not only was there the bow and arrow and the impalement of the body into the floor, but didn't they also like shoot the guy after as well with a gun?
So Litar is charged with mutilation of a dead body on the claim that he took a BB gun and riddled it like 8 times into Farley's scalp. And the main Detective Sergeant Lanning on the case is also a part-time deputy coroner. So he was like, well, there's not blood pooled around these little BB wounds, which means that the heart had stopped pumping, which makes it mutilation of a dead body, which is also charged as a felony.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, it's just not every day, certainly in Wyoming and certainly in Big Piney. That is gruesome. How about this guy that was on the loose for days, the 18-year-old that's wanted in connection with a 19-year-old being shot in the stomach? This incident happened at mom's house, and days later, guess where they found the suspect, who was considered armed and dangerous while he was being searched for? Campbell County law enforcement found him in mom's house. Mom didn't know anything about it. She's like, well, if he's in here, he's not supposed to be. And meanwhile,
we don't know that mom didn't know anything about it, but mom said no one should be there, is what we have.
Right.
That's what we have.
Meanwhile,
we don't know inside people's minds, Jake.
I do. I go into people's minds. Terry Harrell, Odessa Mon, 18 and 20-year-old. They were warned previously, before we did finally this alleged shooter. They were warned, you're not hiding this guy, are you? You don't know where he is, do you? Because you're going to face felony charges as well. If you're going to be in trouble as well. And they said, no, we don't know anything about him. Well, they're charged now with, what are you charged with? Aiding and abetting, accessory?
Yeah, accessory after the fact to attempted second-degree murder, charged as a 3-year felony.
Claire, I want to share. So we got to get serious now. Not that we weren't before.
We got to get more serious than murder cases.
We got to give it even more serious, and we're going to get private with you. Now, I would never want to divulge any of your, I respect your privacy, and I don't want to release any secrets, but we do have to talk about your handicap and how you've overcome it and been able to become this journalist who is probably the best at Cowboy State Daily. And it's your name is not spelled right. As people can see on the Zoom, you're missing an E at the end of this name, and it aggravates me to a degree I can't express. It's unfinished business. It's an incomplete thought. It's a sentence without a period. Can't we just put an E on the end of your name?
Okay, so my given name is not Claire, but it's a name from which Claire is easily derived. And so it's a very prissy, princessy name that I'm not going to say on this. I mean, you can figure it out, but I don't want to.
Well,
anyway,
that takes us in a whole nother direction, by the way, but okay.
Okay, so my mother, a beautiful, lovely, energetic woman, wanted a daughter with kind of a beauty pageant queen name. And my dad liked the Gilbert O'Sullivan song Claire, which is spelled without an E. And you pointed out that it has Lolita overtones. I don't think that's relevant. You pointed this out in a past
I don't
chat.
remember that.
I
but
think
yeah.
you just thought it was a sweet song about a spunky little girl. And also Claire is perhaps a little more tomboyish than my given name. And so I think dad wanted a tomboy, mom wanted a beauty queen. But anyway, as you can tell, the prissy name didn't take, and the more minimalistic one did. And it's spelled after that Gilbert O'Sullivan song.
One day you'll have to tell me what the prissy name is. But yeah, without the E, it's like a Caitlin Clark 3-pointer that freezes in midair. It's like sighting in that 8-point bull elk and the batteries in your rangefinder go dead. It's an incomplete thought. It's the ultimate cliffhanger. You've come undone.
Like the Weezer song.
You are.
If you want to destroy my sweater. Yeah.
I was thinking of the Guess Who song. So yeah, I'm way back, but yeah. Okay, excellent. I didn't really understand a whole lot about your other stories.
How do you mean? Which ones?
I was scared to talk about. Well, I think it's not fair that states like California or Minnesota can sue Wyoming over climate change lawsuits. Like, why? These should be federal lawsuits, but states can sue each other. And apparently you still can because the U.S. Supreme Court's not going to weigh in on it.
Yeah. Yeah. And Clarence Thomas is like, how dare we show this much discretion when we clearly have jurisdiction here? Like, we're just picking and choosing. And so the dissent was pointed that way. So what they're doing is they're passing state laws that enable tort actions in their own state courts against oil and gas companies that may not be domiciled there. You know, usually if there's what do they call diversity, people living in different states and the controversy is above a certain amount, it goes to federal court. Something they learn in law school. But these cases are proceeding in state courts where the laws that undergird them are passed by states that see this a certain way, right? And so rather than the more bland and spread out federal court, you have a judge that is chosen by that state one way or another, elected, appointed, and you have laws that are handpicked by that state to dictate the proceedings. And so Wyoming and the other 18 states were like, what the heck? You're crushing. I think the word the governor's spokesman used was trying to bankrupt our key industries. But the Supreme Court said, we don't want to hear it.
Can't we all just get along? We all fly under the same flag, these states. And finally, one other story of yours I thought was interesting because we just had an author on who wrote a book about a real life case where a man went berserk and killed his 2 twin girls, 5-year-olds, stabbed them with a kitchen knife, and swears, and so did his wife, defending him, that it was the meds he was on, antidepressant medication, And you had a very similar, it's weird how it, the Byron murder-suicide thing had some undertones of perhaps medication for pre-existing depression. And then this story of yours dropped on March 7th. No new trial for Casper man who blames the antidepressant he was on for brutal stabbing.
Yeah. So years in crime. Now, this comes up in violent cases at least once a year. I'm not going to take a stand on it, but I will tell you that this is always, it's like the waves in the ocean, like it's always, it's always coming up in violent crime cases. And Wyoming law is tricky because, okay, so you want to plead not guilty by reason of mental illness, but you don't get to carry that plea. You don't win that in court if your mental aberration was due to self-induced intoxication. So you take an antidepressant, you have to show that there was something about this ingestion that was involuntary. So in his case, he was like, well, it was involuntary that I didn't realize I got a double dose. That's the involuntary part. But still, you see how it makes it tricky where if you're going to go that route, you have to show that it wasn't self-induced. Makes it really hard.
Yeah. And this author we're talking about in this book, just questions to what degree is big pharma perhaps responsible for people going off the deep. I mean, if a lot of times the fine print and the warnings on these medications is supposed to help you with depression, is the fine print is that it could cause further deeper depression and suicidal thoughts. And I don't want to blame everything on the meds, but it's interesting food for thought, interesting topic, and it'll probably keep coming up as you explain, Claire. Claire, I'm going to put an E on your name. I'm going to rename you the next time I see you in the Zoom room. Meanwhile,
it's funny. I'll leave you with this. At my last newspaper job, I worked with a very fiery, fun, like rogue redhead named Claire with an E. And we, people would demand to talk to Claire. We didn't know which one. And we have the same last name initial too. So it just confused you. But whenever I see it spelled that way, like someone will send me an email and I'll have Claire with an E. In my head, I think it's addressed to her. I'm picturing a fiery redhead every time you people do that. And so like,
okay,
where's that spunky girl? Like someone's writing you an email, Claire. And so that's what I see in my head when I see the E.
All right, knowing that, I'm going to be careful about putting the E on. And I also now need to know what your prissy original name was. Maybe for another day.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues. That's Claire McFarland with her stories that you've got to read in the Cowboy State Daily. Quick break. We'll be right back with more after these.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. Daily features include our popular sunrise photo of the day, our daily Darwin, Same Guys Dancing, and more. You'll enjoy our regular Wyoming life features, daily video newscasts and podcasts, and frequent opinion pieces from a carefully curated collection of the state's finest columnists. All of this in addition to the core mission, providing statewide news coverage in a clear, plain manner with up-to-the-minute breaking news when and where it happens. Cowboy State Daily's collective of reporters, photographers, videographers, and editors are dedicated to quality, unbiased daily journalism here in Wyoming. Find out why Cowboy State Daily is considered Wyoming's largest and most experienced newsroom. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids, and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pump. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
Yeah, let's get back to it. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 3. There's the annual Bison Gather is going on. For those of you who don't know, there's, according to wildlife managers, according to park officials, there's overpopulation of buffalo in Yellowstone National Park. Too many bison. So the idea is to get rid of some with an annual cull of the herd. And this isn't as natural as maybe some would like it. You'd like to think the process is, if you've got too many buffalo and you need to get rid of some, and you have Native American tribes who would love to participate in a way of life that goes back centuries, relying on the buffalo as cultural significant, as life itself. So in modern day times, wouldn't some of these Native American tribes enjoy a buffalo hunt like they traditionally did in the old days before Buffalo Bill Cody came along and shot them all dead from the train? Sort of. That's my historical overview. Yeah, but that's not how they do the cull. It's a lot easier in this day and age to just trap them, ship them, and have them slaughtered as if they were cattle. And that's what happens now. Hundreds of wild bison are trapped, shipped, and slaughtered. In fact, before they're trapped, they're often kept in pens awaiting the culling, and there are some Montana tribal members as well as park biologists who think that maybe the way it's done now is a little bit of a disservice. The story from David Madison. Jaden Medicine Elk is co-founder of an outfit called Roam Free Nation. And Jaden says, all of it serves the human, not the buffalo. And Roam Free Nation and other groups like Buffalo Field Campaign are all advocating for something perhaps a little more natural. The buffalo need more protection, says Medicine Elk. They need more room to roam. not this disservice by a conglomerate of selfish humans. Dead or in jail is no way to live, Medicine Elk says of the bison and the way they're treated in Yellowstone National Park. There's fear that bison can transmit brucellosis and disease to the cattle industry, particularly in Montana. So you got Montana ranchers that don't want to see a whole mess of bison leaving the park and going into free ranging in Montana. But for now, this is the way we deal with excess numbers in Yellowstone National Park. It's this annual culling of the herd, and every time it happens, it just brings up the same old controversy and the same old discussions. David Madison has more as he spoke with Wendy Core on the story.
The annual bison harvest is happening just outside Yellowstone National Park's north entrance. But this yearly event is fraught with controversy. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the process of trapping, shipping, and slaughtering hundreds of wild bison at the Stevens Creek facility near Gardner, Montana, is viewed by some tribal members and park biologists as a triumph in wildlife management, while bison advocacy groups decry the annual culling as a disservice.
From a 600-pound bull, you might get 300 pounds of meat, and that processed meat is going up to the Salish Kootenai tribe up near Flathead Lake in northwest Montana, and it's a food program for the members of that tribe. The hard part, especially for park officials, is no one seems to agree what the right course going forward is. The park has established this 2024 bison management plan, and everybody seems to be upset about it. The state of Montana is suing for one reason, conservation groups are suing for another reason, and then you have these field observers, watching their every move.
The 2024 Yellowstone National Park Bison Management Plan, which sets the ideal population level for buffalo migrating in and out of the park at 3,500 to 6,000 animals, currently faces lawsuits from the state of Montana and conservation groups.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, David. That story's in the Cowboy State Daily right now online. You can read that. Also, this story from Leo Wolfson, quite a scoop from Leo, as he was able to get from Senator Cynthia Lummis and her spokesperson, her communication advisor, a little bit of a scoop. Senator Lummis did announce to Cowboy State Daily exclusively that there will be a bid for re-election in 2026. Plans are underway. Leo noticed a fundraiser was going on, held by Lummis and her people. And Leo thought, well, what do you need to raise funds for unless you're campaigning? You currently are sitting in the office. So he asked, and sure enough, Joe Jackson, senior communications advisor for Senator Lummis, told the Cowboy State Daily that, yes, plans are underway for a 2026 bid for re-election to a second term. Jackson added, an official announcement will come at a later date, but we are gearing up for re-election. There'll be an official kickoff fundraiser in Washington, D.C. soon. But for now, yes, Cynthia Lummis has basically announced her intent to run for re-election. Now, how does this trickle down, and how does this kind of move the political pieces now of who wants to run for what? Could be interesting to see this early call here from Senator Lummis that she will seek re-election. Will that take a potential senator candidate and move he or she to a different race? Not sure, but Leo Wilson has more on the story.
U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis's team confirmed to Cowboy State Daily on Tuesday that she's gearing up for re-election, which means there could be an even more crowded field for other statewide Wyoming races in 2026. A senior communications advisor for Lummis told Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson that plans are underway for her 2026 bid for re-election to a second term.
The announcement is not necessarily maybe shocking to some, but it is a very important announcement when considering what it does to the landscape for for the elections of the 2026 races, specifically what impact this will have on the U.S. House and governor's race that year. She's had a pretty high favorability rating, and it's probably safe to say that all the very legitimate candidates are probably going to all shift to either the House or the governor's race, some of them including Secretary of State Chuck Gray, Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder, a few state legislators like Senator Sherry Steinmetz and Senator Eric Barlow.
Lummis was elected to the Senate in 2020. Prior to that, she served 4 terms in the U.S. House from 2009 to 2017 and was Wyoming's treasurer from 1999 to 2007. Despite a few rankles with the Wyoming Republican Party, Lummis has enjoyed a relatively high level of popularity during her time in office.
We're going to do a little rodeo here in a minute, and we're also, I think it's a good time for this day in history. What do you think? Let's get to it. This day in history, it's March 12th, 1886. The legislature appropriates $500 toward the funeral and a monument for Governor William Hale. This day in 1888, Territorial Governor Thomas Moonlight hires the legendary Elwood Meade as state engineer. Meade was the founder of Wyoming's water law, which he worked on from 88 to 1899, so 11 years. He also worked on Colorado's water law during the same period. In 1907, Meade was appointed chairman of the state's Rivers and Water Supply Commission in Victoria, Australia. He returned to the U.S. in 1911 to become a professor of rural institutions at the University of California, and he led the Bureau of Reclamation in the Coolidge administration. Lake Mead is named after him, the legendary Elwood Meade, hired as state engineer in Wyoming by Governor Thomas Moonlight on this day in history in 1888. This day in 1890, Bighorn and Weston counties are created. Happy birthday, Bighorn County and Weston County, this day in 1890. The Buffalo Bill Memorial Association was created this day in 1917. On March 12th, 1918, Arthur Gilbert of Lost Cabin, Wyoming, received a patent for a fish hook. I had to look that up because I thought, 1918, didn't we already have a fish hook then? I mean, we were fishing before 1918. And I thought it was interesting to think that somebody from Wyoming invented the fish hook, or it even needed to be invented. But what he invented was the weedless hook, the one that had barbs that would only pop out after a fish took a bite on it. So it's a weedless hook. You could retrieve it through a whole bunch of weedy pond area. Arthur Gilbert, Lost Cabin, Wyoming, receives a patent for the weedless fish hook on this day in 1918. 1933, on this day, President Franklin D. Roosevelt delivered the first of his radio fireside chats. And in 1944, 19 cars of a Union Pacific train derailed near the location of Old Fort Steele on this day in 1944. Let's rodeo just a little bit, and we'll be right back after this. The Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. I'm Will Rasmussen from Queen Creek, Arizona. Stetson Wright is back in business after taking 2024 off because of injuries. He's number 1 in the all-around standings, number 1 in the bull riding standings. The 25-year-old is off to a great start, looking for another world title. Stetson Wright on the program coming up.
If you're looking for adaptable bulls that are raised with the commercial rancher in mind, attend the Elk Angus Bull Sale Tuesday, March 18th at the Sale Barn in Buffalo, Wyoming. Selling are over 50 range-ready bulls raised in the rocks and the sagebrush at the base of the Bighorns. Highlights include Sons of Elk Trophy Class, Ellenson Prolific, 4M Blockade, Miller's Duke, LT Converse, and more. Sale time is 1 o'clock. Also carried live on DB Auction. Youth donation heifer will be given to a kid who attends sale day. For more information, including catalog and videos, visit elkangus.com.
Western Ranch Supply, your trusted farm and ranch partner for over 70 years. Working hard for you and your operation, providing the right tools, knowledge, and quality to ensure your success year after year. Doing business on a handshake still means something to us. Locally owned and operated in Montana. We are only a call or click away. Western Ranch Supply, serving the big country.
So talk about like your home now in the Milford Beaver area, right? That's what's when you guys are all home, what's it like with the Wright family?
Oh, it's fun. I mean, Ryder over at Ryder's house, he's got an outdoor arena. We're always bucking there when it's warm, and I got an indoor arena at my house, so we've been bucking over here, which has been fun. And then Rusty loves hunting, so we'll sometimes go hunting with him. And then this is the time of the year that we're helping my dad get all the cows off the mountain, and then once we get them off, we usually head to the NFR. So it honestly doesn't slow down for us over here.
When you kids were growing up, were you in the practice pen? Did your dad mentor all of you?
Believe it or not, it took my dad a long, long time to let us rodeo. Like, we begged him for a long time, but he was kind of like really hoping it was our idea.
A phenomenal rodeo athlete, 7-time world champion Stetson Wright. On the Rodeo Roadshow for the Western Ag Network, I'm Will Rasmussen.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, and we're going to pause for the cause here right quick. See you back in 3 minutes.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Yeah, we're back to it. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, trying to just, spread world peace. See if we can find a resolution between Russia and Ukraine. What's the latest news on that anyway? Right now, the next war is going to be Canada against the U.S. Looks like, man, Canada and the U.S. both going at it over tariffs. Okay. But the Russian-Ukraine war, the latest news on that front is Ukraine is apparently on board with a ceasefire. That's big news. Puts the ball in Russia's court. And that story in the Cowboy State Daily today. It's, of course, headlines across the country as well and throughout the world. A possible ceasefire, ending of the hostilities between Russia and Ukraine. Senator Barrasso, Congresswoman Hageman, both applaud the ceasefire agreement with Ukraine. They were both happy to hear that President Trump and his staff had arranged the ceasefire, at least on Ukraine's part. This announcement came yesterday. Now all that remains is commitment from Russia to play ball. But for now, here's what Senator Barrasso had to say. He said, President Trump proved today he is the best chance for peace between Ukraine and Russia. The killing and bloodshed needs to end as soon as possible. Barrasso continued, this ceasefire is vital and serious first step to securing a path to lasting peace. The ball is now in Putin's court. Russia must agree to this deal. This comes weeks after the famous meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky, where it did not go how I thought that was going to go. I mean, I am not an international diplomat. I don't understand how you make peace or don't make peace, but it did not, in all the video, I'm looking at video now from CBS of the Oval Office meeting between the president, who I guess was mad that Zelensky didn't wear a tie. He's like, the nerve of you coming in here in a black sweater. I don't know. I'm paraphrasing. And then Trump apparently spent the majority of the time just laying into Zelensky, accusing him of prolonging the war. I mean, he just read him the riot. I did not know it was going to go down that way. I thought it was going to be more about, we've sent you millions in aid and good job holding off Russia for as long as you have. Let's try to make peace, something nice, extend the olive branch. But it wasn't about doves. It was about attack dogs. Trump was kind of mean on Zelensky. And some believe that's a perception that it's because Trump's kind of buddy with Putin. But I did not know this is how you go about making ceasefires the way Trump did it in the Oval Office. it must be a new thing, but maybe it's working. I mean, we're closer than we've ever been, right? The last 3 years, nobody's been talking about a ceasefire in the works. That's the headline. Ukraine says it has agreed to a U.S.-backed temporary truce with Russia. Did not see that get done in the Biden era. Haven't seen that since this started 3 years ago. Haven't seen any talk of a ceasefire until now. Until Trump gets in office. He's barely been there a month and a half, and first thing he does is get Zelensky over here and yells at him in the Oval Office. And then he and Putin are going to strip down, take their shirts off and ride tigers and finish the rest of the deal, I guess. I guess it's work. Whatever works, man. Just stop shooting at each other and blowing each other up. But the story from Leo Wolfson concerns Wyoming reaction. Did not get a quote from Hageman other than to learn that she's in full support of a potential ceasefire. She likes it. And then the statement from Barrasso backing President Trump. Trump proved today he's the best chance for peace between Ukraine and Russia. I guess so. Made the most progress of anybody so far. That story from Leo Wilson in the Cowboys State Daily this week. This story, not in the Cowboys State Daily, it's a national news story, and it's just so sad, but I do want to share it because I'm just having trouble getting my brain around it. I didn't know there was such a thing as this. This concerns a story I'm reading about a 13-year-old girl. 13. Died by suicide. And her mom says she had no idea her daughter was struggling with what's called the Columbine effect. And this is like a big deal. Columbine, of course, the Columbine high school shooting in 1999. Long time ago. Before this girl's time on this planet. She's only 13. But Audrey Hine loved to sing Taylor Swift's song, had a celebrity crush on Eminem. She wore a bright pink cowgirl hat to her 13th birthday party last year. A week after she turned 13 last December, she died by suicide. And her mother was as shocked as anyone. She had no idea. She said, "I'm her mom. I'm her best friend. She's my best friend. What did I miss? And how did I not know she was part of this group?" And this group is a odd subculture, online subculture group that basically idolizes the two black trench coat wearing teens who went on that Columbine rampage and basically made heroes of the shooters is what this online group does. And this poor 13-year-old went deeper and deeper down that hole online. And it's called the TCC followers. Columbine expert Dave Cullen explained a little bit in this story what's known as this subculture online known as TCC. And some of these kids, some of these followers of this online group are taken in by the myth that the Columbine shooters were just misfit teens who took their revenge on their bullies. And TCC twists the story, recasts the murderers as actual victims, and the dead and wounded as villains. Scary stuff. And leading to the suicide of this 13-year-old. I share it not because I hate sharing sad news. I want to be positive all the time. But I didn't know this was going on online. And just yet another of many reasons to keep your preteens off the screen. I don't know how you do it. It's impossible. You can't. They all got to have a phone, an iPad. You're never going to keep them offline. But you hope that, they're too young and impressionable to understand stuff fully. Their frontal lobe is not developed. They fall for stuff like this. Online group called TCC that has a complete twisted take on Columbine. And for this young 13-year-old, she just got more and more into a dark place where she just felt disenfranchised with life and felt like the Columbine killers were the hero. It's just so weird. In Jackson Hole, there's exclusive fancy restaurant, Luxury. There is a restaurant, a hotel. And they just announced they're going to close for a year. That's a surprise. Luxury Hotel Amangani. You've probably heard of it. It's part of the Aman fleet. You can find Aman resorts throughout the world. In Jackson Hole, the Amangani is set to close its doors April 7th, according to a press release from an Arizona law firm representing Amangani. Meanwhile, you can get a room tonight for about $4,000, but on April 7th, they will close for what's called extensive renovations. They will not reopen until the summer of 2026. Amangani to close for a year. And there's been all kinds of rumors that resort is up for sale. There was one purchase agreement and the buyer backed out, supposedly. There's been all kinds of rumors about this changing hands. Maybe this has something to do with it. I don't know, but it's unusual to see a luxury resort like this just shut down for an entire year, more than a year. Luxury Resort Amangani in Jackson Hole will close its doors April 7th and reopen summer of 2026. That's surprising news, I think. All right, well, that'll wrap up hour 3. One more hour to go in the show. Hang in there, stay with us. We got more coming up next hour. You're going to love it. We're not nearly finished. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Joining us next hour is going to be Leo Wolfson. I'm excited to talk to Leo. I hope we have Leo back. We missed so much of him during the legislative session, and we have so much to get to concerning what happened in Cheyenne over the last month. Leo Wolfson will be on the show next hour. Right now, Wendy Coors News up next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, March 12th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Accused of helping an 18-year-old suspected shooter hide from the law, 2 Gillette people each face up to 3 years in prison on accessory charges. 18-year-old Terry Harrell and 20-year-old Odessa Mon were charged Monday with accessory after the fact to attempted second-degree murder in Gillette Circuit Court. Cowboy State Daily's Clara McFarland reports that early in the course of the investigation into the whereabouts of Cameron Crusoe, the two had been interviewed by law enforcement officers, but they denied knowing where Crusoe was hiding out.
Campbell County Sheriff's investigators have an anonymous caller on the line Saturday. Like, there's a gold-colored Ford Taurus outside Crusoe's mother's home, and 4 people just got out, went to the home. And so deputies go to the neighborhood. By their account, 3 people, 2 adults and a child, come out of the home. So then they go and they stop the car as it's driving away. Like, hey, do you guys know where Crusoe is? He's accused of shooting someone and hospitalizing him. According to the court documents, they're like, we have not talked to him. We don't know where he is.
Crusoe is the suspect in a March 4th shooting that left 19-year-old Preston Headland with an abdominal wound and at least 1 surgery. The nutritionist at the Laramie County Senior Center plays a little game of eggonomics every week, balancing the nutritional value of eggs versus the center's budget. Carol Duran said overall egg costs have lately doubled at the Senior Center over what they were before the avian bird flu epidemic. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that those high prices have attracted a lot of questions from Americans and, more recently, a federal investigation from the Department of Justice examining whether large producers are conspiring to raise prices or hold back supply.
If you look at it, the production rate of eggs hasn't dropped that much. It's dropped 4%. It hasn't dropped below per capita consumption. So yeah, the supply has dwindled, but there are still enough eggs, right? So if the cost to produce a dozen eggs is only in the 70-cent range, why are we paying $8 a dozen?
A dozen great value eggs from Walmart were going for $5.97 at Walmart in Cheyenne on Tuesday, or around 50 cents per egg. At King Soopers in Cheyenne, a dozen ranged from $6.39 to $11.49 a dozen, with the more expensive eggs labeled organic. That's a range of about 53 to 96 cents per egg. U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis's team confirmed to Cowboy State Daily on Tuesday that she is gearing up for re-election, which means there could be an even more crowded field for other statewide Wyoming races in 2026. A senior communications advisor for Lummis told Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson that plans are underway for her 2026 bid for re-election to a second term.
She's had a pretty high favorability rating, and it's probably safe to say that all the very legitimate candidates are probably going to all shift to either the House or the governor's race.
Lummis was elected to the Senate in 2020. Prior to that, she served 4 terms in the U.S. House from 2009 to 2017 and was Wyoming's treasurer from 1999 to 2007. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
Spalding the cat has seen better days. Suffering from an infected wound, he might have died or been euthanized, but animal advocates across northern Wyoming are doing whatever they can to ensure that he survives, recovers, and finds a loving home again. The executive director of the Second Chance Sheridan Cat Rescue Organization told Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi that Spalding saved himself when he walked into a Gillette home through a dog door.
The people who found him took him to the Gillette Animal Shelter, and they might have put him down, but he won the hearts of everybody there. So they reached out to Second Chance Sheridan Cat Rescue and said, nobody in Gillette wants to put this cat down. He's a fighter, and we want to give him a fighting chance. They're guarded in their optimism, but they think that there's a good potential. In a month from now, he could be healed to enough of an extent that he could be adopted into a forever home, and that's what everybody wants.
Second Chance director Rachel Christensen said that if he continues to recover, she believes Spalding will look like a new cat once he's fully recovered. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
We got a text message from one of our listeners who's made a guess as to what Claire's real name is. I gave Claire the business about her not having an E at the end of her name. Claire with no E at the end just sounds truncated, undone, unfinished business. Sounds short to me. It needs an E at the end. And Claire responded, well, Claire's not even my real name. Claire's short for my prissy name. And I thought, well, that's a discussion for a whole nother day. And one of our listeners chimed in and said, my guess, Claire's real name is Clarabelle. I think that's a good guess. Clarabelle. How could she be taken seriously as our crime and courts reporter announcing herself, identifying herself as Clarabelle? Hi, Sheriff so-and-so. I'm calling about that triple murder, triple homicide case. This is Clarabelle. You'd be laughed right out of the courtroom, right? Not that there's anything wrong with the name Clarabelle. Not that there's anything wrong with buying a Tesla Cybertruck. President Trump. What else have we been talking about today? Leo, we're hoping Leo comes on. He has no more excuses. Leo's been really super busy, obviously, with the legislative session. He was in Cheyenne, sequestered, embedded with the lawmakers, and was able to join us only once in a while. I have him on the schedule for today. But at this point, Leo may have forgotten there is even a schedule. We're going to have to get him retrained on coming on the show because we need him, Leo. We need you, Leo. You're going to make sense of all this legislative stuff that I don't understand. Because the real end result of the session wasn't how many bills got passed. I think we have 128 new laws now. Who knew the state was in such a law deficit that we needed 128 new laws. Pronto! How did we even survive up until now without those 128 new laws that passed? But that isn't the takeaway from the session. The big takeaway is who's more conservative than who? That every decision made, every vote cast was all about which body is more conservative. The Senate swaggering around saying, you think you wild bunch kids in the House are conservative? Watch this. And then, of course, both chambers, the House and the Senate, were also trying to send messages to the governor as to who's more conservative than who. That's my take on the entire legislative session, quite honestly. Let's see if Leo agrees. Leo pops into the Zoom room. Did you hear, my takeaway from the session was not necessarily the end result of 128 new laws or however many bills got passed. It was a contest to see who's more conservative than who. Just when you thought the Wild Bunch, the Freedom Caucus House guys were rowdy and right, the Senate said, hey, hold our beer. Watch this. Who's the more conservative chamber? Do we even know? My goodness.
Yeah, it felt like that a lot of times, particularly with slashing the budget. And it was just kind of amazing to see kind of the evolution of that. And the Freedom Caucus, which certainly isn't known for wanting to prop up government, I guess is how I'd put it. They became almost a little bit of the voice of reason and saying, hey, we need to give some of these backfills for some of these local entities that are going to experience serious cuts as a result of the 25% property tax cut. So it was just kind of interesting to watch how that dynamic and evolution kind of evolved and shifted for sure.
Yeah, that was the big surprise. I think my big headline takeaway was The fact that the Senate was not interested in passing a supplemental budget, like what? I don't even know they could do that. Nobody can remember that happening going back to the 70s. And it was the Senate that did it. And even when the House said, look, we're all for cutting, the budget and trimming the budget, but shouldn't we do? And the Senate's like, we did a budget last year. We like it. we're standing like, dang.
Yep. That's basically how it went down. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. And
the Jake paraphrase is
yeah, no, I mean, your paraphrasing is extremely accurate. Absolutely. I mean, that is basically what happened. They ended up taking some of the pieces of the supplemental budget and smushing them. I keep using the word smush because I feel like it's appropriate.
Yeah.
Smushing them into other bills, in some cases bills that didn't really have much to do with what they were smushing them into. There was a last ditch effort made with the shooting complex up in Cody that definitely occurred with. So just very interesting to see. It was almost kind of like they walked it back by virtue of doing some of those actions, but yeah, truly remarkable.
I was happy to see that people, for the most part, it was a close vote, but for the most part, lawmakers did not care for shoving things in a bill that don't belong. And the idea that you would put that $10 million funding for the shooting complex in a water bill, like that didn't feel right. It eventually got where it's going, though, right? Cody is going to get that $10 million. He still leaves them about $3 million short for a $19.5 million complex, but they think they can get there.
Yeah, there's a pathway there, but I believe it actually did die during the end of the legislature. I could be mistaken on that, but that, as far as my knowledge, I believe that did not get across the finish line. So I think it's not as big of a deal maybe as some people think, because what they can do is they could still put the funding in next year's budget. So it really only delays the project probably about a year. And I have not heard much opposition just to the ethics of the project as a whole. It's just a matter of when the money's going to come around. So I think that whole situation is maybe a little bit of the media, including us, kind of blowing up that situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, very interesting nonetheless. I mean, it was something that passed through the budget without much controversy, and then it hit the chopping block just like everything else, and it all of a sudden became kind of this desperate last ditch Hail Mary effort to get to find a new home for the shooting complex.
I thought I saw the Cody Enterprise saying that the $10 million is coming. I think it was awaiting governor's signature. I don't know, but like you said, sooner or later, I mean, that's a project too big to fail. That's going to happen. It's just a matter of how and when. And as we say, the posturing between the Senate and the House, that certainly went on. And then you had the third dynamic, the governor, and there was a lot of, I'll one-up you, I'll show you this, and the governor, we saw him whip out the veto pen. We thought we might, and we saw vetoes overturned. We thought we might. Is this a surprising number? How many 7 vetoes? 5 of them got flipped. What do we do?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's by far the most vetoes that he's experienced during his tenure. Not even really close. Arguably, he would have experienced a few last year, too, except they had already adjourned by the time he issued his vetoes last year. So this year, they made a point to get to bills to his desk nice and early to avoid that happening again, and they successfully did that. It's definitely a statement. It's not something you see in Wyoming every day. I spoke to one former governor about this, and he said he definitely did not experience anything to this level during his entire tenure as governor. It's a statement, and it shows that the governor is definitely not in lockstep with the legislature for what that's worth. And to be honest, I think the governor may even held back on some more vetoes, just being cognizant possibly of that fact. There was some bills that he expressed strong opposition and displeasure for, criticized sharply, but still let pass into law. There was a few of them where he just didn't put his signature on, the gun-free zones bill specifically. So it's just kind of a thermometer to where things are at, and just shows the kind of the gap between where his policy making is and his political stances are and where the legislature stands.
Not all was unicorns and fairy dust in Cheyenne. Yeah, there was a little bit of friction. Did you get a sense that the House and the Senate were, if they knew they had the numbers going in, if they knew it was a landslide vote that put the bill on the governor's desk, and if a veto came, it was just going to be automatic that they would go right for an overturn? Because And one bill in particular I am surprised that they overturned was the governor's veto on the transvaginal ultrasound being required 48 hours prior to medication that would abort a baby. I agreed actually with the governor that seems personally invasive for women. And I thought the House and Senate might let that go, but they knew they had the numbers and was just automatic anytime they knew they had numbers.
Yes, I'd say semi-automatic. In the House, pretty much. I think it was almost a unspoken, expectation that they were going to be able to override in the House. The Senate was definitely more interesting in that regard. There was definitely more drama and suspense as far as what was going to happen. The Senate vote was very close on that bill. It only passed by 2 votes to get the 2/3 override, and there was about 30 minutes or so of debate on whether the override should happen or not. So there was actually a legitimate, back and forth on that, and basically all the overrides that went through the Senate barely passed that 2/3 margin. They either passed by 1 or 2 votes, I believe. So there was actually some legitimate, uncertainty as far as what was going to happen there. And then there was another bill that failed to reach an override in the House too. That was the bond election threshold bill. Basically, what that did is it created a minimum number of participants in a bond election for it to count. It was very kind of a peculiar bill, and it did go to the governor's desk, and he vetoed it, but that did not survive the 2/3 override in the House. And I think the Senate would have been probably even more opposed to overriding on that one.
Maybe the biggest implication of the session was a bill that did not pass, and that was the one that would have had the runoff elections, because I think we're geared up for a full field for governor, for one thing. And you could win governorship theoretically, similar to how Governor Gordon did in the primary, with not a whole lot of the vote. I mean, you might get 28% of the vote and move on and win. You expect a crowded field there?
I do, if U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman does not run. That I wrote a story about that yesterday. I would think that there's going to be a pretty slim field if she decides to run for governor. She's enormously popular in the state, and I don't see anyone really mounting a serious campaign against her. Vice versa. If she does run for governor, then I expect that almost that entire field simply to shift over to the U.S. House race. So to answer your question, there will be at least, I think, one crowded field in the 2026 elections for sure. It's just hard to say which position it will be for at this time.
You managed to get the scoop that Senator Lummis will seek re-election. That may move a lot of chess pieces around. Nice score there, Leo. That was great to hear, and good news. Good ear to the ground. You noticed, I guess, a fundraiser, and you thought, well, why would you raise funds? I'm connecting the dots.
Well, not only that, there was the AIPAC, which is basically the big lobbying group in America for Israel, announced it was endorsing her re-election campaign. So it got me to wondering, okay, how official is that? And after doing some prying with the Lummis' staff, I finally got them to acknowledge, yes, we are gearing up, or we're gearing up for re-election, is what they confirmed, and that basically tells you all you need to know on that front. Lummis is also pretty popular in Wyoming as well. She hasn't done too much to rankle people, from what I can tell. The numbers seem to point to that as well. So same goes for her. I wouldn't probably expect a formidable challenger to go against her, but things can change. You never know. Conspiracies come out, and things change. We still have a long time to go before that election, a year and a half, and a lot of things can happen in politics in a year and a half. So we'll see. But I'm just not, at this time, I'm not forecasting a heated race there to challenge her bid for a second term.
One more question on politics before we step outside of that realm and talk about a couple other stories that you wrote recently that funny have a Josh Allen tie for some weird reason. I wasn't intending to ask this, but we were just discussing it. I've always thought, my limited knowledge of politics, that a governor and a state senator, or a U.S. senator, and a governor, that job is vastly different. One is a lawmaker, with the idea that you're representing your state over there in D.C. The other is governing. You're running a state. I mean, you're not making laws. You're not setting laws. Those are two different things. And I don't know if that's the same candidate. I don't know how you can go from, I might run for senator, I might run for governor. Those are two different things.
Yeah, you make a good point there, and that's something that we might have to touch on when the time comes, when these people start kind of dipping their toe in. I tend to agree wholeheartedly, but that is the nature of politics. I think people are shapeshifters as far as what the opportunities are, and I think whatever opportunities there might be, look, I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to run for either of those two positions, you have to be enormously confident in your abilities and yourself. These are real positions, and if you're a real candidate, I mean, someone who could actually win one of these two races, you have a lot of experience under your belt, and I think I could see any of these candidates arguing to themselves or to their fundraisers or their staff, hey, look, like I could do either if I wanted to. It's just a matter of where the opportunity lies. I mean, politics is all about timing and opportunities, and I think these people are really just looking at it as their moment. I think you got people with a lot of ambition. They feel like they've earned a higher office. They've put in their time. All these people being speculated about are not super new to the scene for the most part, and they're people who feel like they've been in the trenches and truly represent the people and know what it takes to make Wyoming successful. So I think you're going to kind of see people go to wherever their best chance is.
Speechifying in front of the American flag. It's all the same, I guess. Well, you can just shapeshift around. All right. Well, that's this guy's day job. That's Leo Wolfson, politics. His side gig is anything concerning Josh Do Good, Be Good, Go Bills Allen.
Can't do wrong, Allen.
The fact that kid's getting paid is great news. His extension will make him a pretty rich guy. And as big Josh Allen fans, Leo had that story. And also this story today, which I'm kind of surprised and kind of not, because I've seen Representative Hageman sometimes veer out of her lane, so to speak. And, what is her concern with ICE and a Teton County sheriff? That's how we learned of that story, came out in her newsletter. And what is her concern with collegiate athletics and the situation there, which I think, Greg and I discussed earlier this morning, that's a dumpster fire. College sports is so messed up with the NIL money and the transfer portal. And Representative Hageman spoke about it the other day at a Judiciary Committee meeting. Like, how did that work? And what she's concerned, I guess, for Wyoming, University of Wyoming, who will suffer because of this. Nobody wants to play at their school anymore unless they're getting money.
Yeah, Representative Hageman's definitely not afraid to speak her mind. We've seen that numerous times throughout her career. But furthermore, I think actually, Hageman was actually on topic when this got brought up, because the House Judiciary Committee yesterday was discussing the topic of NIL and college athletics. They had different staff members from some of the major college sports programs testify at the hearing. So these comments came there, and it's really just Congress taking a look at what's going on. I think they're a long ways away from actually doing anything or creating any substantial bills, but the college sports landscape is a mess right now, and I think very few people would disagree against that, except for maybe the athletes who are making millions of dollars and are transferring every season, maybe. But it's a mess, and it's really hard to see how the University of Wyoming has a bright future if the status quo stays status quo. The reason being, it's so much about money right now with this NIL, which is basically the concept of paying college athletes. That's really what it is. And until about 4 years ago, that was forbidden. But they changed that. And I think most people feel that was a good change. There was a lot of weird stuff going on. I mean, just the ethics of some of these athletes, playing for like SEC schools, raising literally hundreds of millions of dollars for the schools, and only getting like a free scholarship out of it, it's kind of not a great trade-off. So it opens up so many more opportunities for these young adults, and they are adults. They're not kids, so that's important to be remembered. But Wyoming is just not going to be able to compete at the same level if it's a dollars to dollars type deal with some of these bigger schools. It's just the reality of the numbers. I mean, we have the smallest population in the country. The school has a relatively small enrollment size compared to some of these other schools. So it's just a numbers game that Wyoming's never going to win. And it's a very concerning thing, because what you have going on right now is you have these players who have really good seasons, freshman, sophomore years, playing for the football teams and basketball teams and so on at UW, and then they transfer out because they're offered a heap of money at another school or an opportunity at another school just like that. And there's no limits on how many times athletes can transfer now. So what you're seeing is some of these athletes playing at 3 or 4 different schools throughout their entire college career. And it's really just kind of taking away from the whole essence of being a student athlete, both words in the same phrase. And it's there's a lot of questions to be asked about what's going on. And these are still, 20-year-olds making decisions that maybe aren't the smartest decisions reflecting the rest of their lives. A very few percentage of them are going to play pro sports. So Hageman was really just kind of giving her thoughts on those things, and spoke to UW AD Tom Berman. He basically agrees kind of line for line with Hageman what's going on. And UW is trying their best, and they're navigating it, and they it's not all failures. They have some small successes, but yeah, it's a tough situation.
Yeah, and it's terrible when you talk to Cody Tucker, and he's right when he said, it's a shame that you almost have to downplay any kind of success an athlete has at UW. Like, oh, he had a great year, but don't tell anybody. He might leave.
That's such a negative thing. That's
I know.
so sad to hear that fans are actually becoming worried and maybe even upset if a young player has too good of a season. I mean, that's just so messed up, and it's just defeating the whole purpose of what college sports is all about.
Yeah, and something's wrong when you have a college athlete that's played 2 years in college at 5 different schools, and he made more than the university president from the last school he was at. Like, we got to fix this, man. Representative Hageman might be onto something. Leo,
and you're bringing up Josh Allen. For people who didn't read my story yet, Hageman was bringing up Josh Allen as an example because he may have not stayed at UW had the NIL rules, the current rules, been in place when he was playing here. So he had a pretty good first season. He came to UW from a junior college. He had a pretty good first season that certainly could have lured him away to a different school if he could have easily made that jump. And then he stayed for a second year and had an even better second year. One of the more remarkable seasons in UW football history was his second year. So yeah, I mean, I think Hageman's point was basically like Wyoming would have been robbed of that experience.
Yeah.
Possibly if this was the current status quo at the time. That's bad.
I bet she's on the right track with that. I would think that would have been probable. That although knowing Josh, he's a good guy. Do the right thing, Josh.
You do no wrong.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Leo. We missed you while you were in Cheyenne. Because we had so many things baffled us about the session. We were like, what the heck? Leo explained it to us, but yeah, that was wild, man.
Yeah, it was a session to remember. I think it's going to be one that people remember. It's the one, where the Freedom Caucus took over. It's the first session where the Freedom Caucus got to kind of govern, and we'll see what that looked like. And we saw what that looked like. And people can make their decisions based off that in future elections. And we'll obviously have an even better look in the upcoming biennial budget session next year. That'll be probably more substantial as far as affecting Wyoming in the long term. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you give them their shot and see what they can do with it.
Yeah, it was a movement in the state that we saw mirroring the movement nationwide, a 180 pivot from where we were. We're heading in a new direction, America, and Wyoming's already been there, kind of, but we're even going further. We're leading the charge into conservatism, I guess. Thanks, Leo. Have a great Wednesday.
Thanks, Jake.
Yeah, but Leo Wilson of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to take a quick break. We'll come right back after these words.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal.
This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Welcome back in studio, Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's see, where were we? Talking to Leo about politics. Not my favorite thing, but I like when I talk to Leo is he makes sense of all things politics. Let's move to, I know there's a story we haven't got to. Oh, yeah, the egg prices. Renee makes a good point in this story. Why the numbers do not indicate that there is a huge shortage of hens or chickens. And I think most of us are under the impression the reason egg prices are going up and up and up and up is because the USDA demanded the slaughter of so many chickens over the bird flu fear. And that means there's less hens laying eggs and less eggs, and that's why prices are high. But Renee kind of refutes that in this story when she says production is still outpacing demand really. There's not a shortage of eggs. We're pumping out as many eggs as we used to, maybe down 4% or something. And see, I would have thought, before I knew the numbers, I would have thought, well, it's because there's maybe half as many eggs as there used to be because we killed all the chickens because of bird flu. And apparently that's not correct. Somebody is price gouging. And this is something that Trump promised he was going to get on, and I don't see it taking the right direction. In fact, wasn't there the USDA director, wasn't she under scrutiny for perhaps colluding to manufacture the increase in price of eggs? I thought there's a new sheriff in town at the USDA, sworn in February 13th. It's Brooke Rollins. But who was before that? I want to say the previous USA director that Trump basically fired. I don't know if he actually fired her, but she left. It was obvious that wasn't going to work out. And nearly 6,000 USDA workers were fired by Trump. Some of them have gotten their jobs back. But one of the firings was the former head of USDA, and I thought it was a she, and I thought she was, USDA Inspector General Phyllis Fong. And I thought she was being looked at or investigated as to her role potentially in collusion, in trying to, artificially inflate the price of eggs. Nothing has come of it, I guess. I haven't heard anything since then. But back when Fong had the job, that was what I was hearing out of the Trump administration, that maybe the egg prices were going up and maybe USDA had something to do with it, which would be disturbing to find out. But the 22-year veteran of the agricultural department was fired from the job back in late January. And yes, this story, let me see, fired for not following proper protocol, whatever that means. But I'm pretty sure there was the allegations, or at least she was suspected of purposely getting egg prices up. I mean, if we're looking for somebody to blame, because it apparently is not because there are less hens laying less eggs. Not according to Renee Jean, who has this story, the Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming egg eaters say investigation into high prices can't come soon enough. And Renee sort of tells this story through the eyes of a couple of young ladies at the senior center where they've had to figure out ways to do breakfast a little differently. Nutritionist for the Laramie County Senior Center, Carol Duran, plays what she calls a little game of eggonomics every week. They got to be careful with the breakfast budget. You could easily bust the breakfast budget with the purchase of too many eggs. It's a balancing act, she says, the nutritionist at the senior center, to buy enough eggs to satisfy everybody, because everybody loves their burritos and whatnot. But Duran says because of high prices, for one, she doesn't put quite as many eggs in those burritos as she used to. And number two, she's also started buying liquid eggs pre-mixed in a carton. You've seen that before. Because they're cheaper than actual eggs, which are right now through the roof. No signs of slowing down. Renee Jean has this story. Listen to the numbers. I think Renee explains in this story about how much egg production is down and how that translates into egg prices being up. It doesn't make sense. The math is not mathing.
The nutritionist at the Laramie County Senior Center plays a little game of eggonomics every week, balancing the nutritional value of eggs versus the center's budget. Carol Duran said overall egg costs have lately doubled at the Senior Center over what they were before the avian bird flu epidemic. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that those high prices have attracted a lot of questions from Americans and, more recently, a federal investigation from the Department of Justice examining whether large producers are conspiring to raise prices or hold back supply.
I talked with some of the seniors while I was there too. It just kind of touches your heart a little when they tell you that they skip breakfast because things are so expensive anymore. Some of them are reaching the point where it's a choice between medication and groceries. All of them were like, yes, definitely the federal government needs to investigate the price of eggs, because if you look at it, the production rate of eggs hasn't dropped that much. It's dropped 4%. It hasn't dropped below per capita consumption. So yeah, the supply has dwindled, but there are still enough eggs, right? So if the cost to produce a dozen eggs is only in the 70-cent range, why are we paying $8 a dozen?
A dozen great value eggs from Walmart were going for $5.97 at the Walmart in Cheyenne on Tuesday, or around 50 cents per egg. At King Soopers in Cheyenne, a dozen ranged from $6.39 to $11.49 a dozen, with the more expensive eggs labeled organic. That's a range of about 53 cents to 96 cents an egg.
Yeah, good story from Renee. That doesn't make sense when you've got egg production down 4%. That doesn't seem like a lot. And yet the price is up. Is the price up 4%? No, I think it's up a lot more than that, than it was, maybe 6 months ago. Yeah, something isn't working right. Avian flu, is that to blame? Now, this is gouging of some kind. And yeah, hopefully the Department of Justice can get in there and figure out who's monkeying around. And we won't blame it on USDA outgoing or former USDA Inspector General. Although I heard at the time there was some speculation over Phyllis Fung. Whoever's to blame of the egg prices, it's got to stop. Good story from Renee Jean. We're going to check out a couple of more stories we haven't gotten to yet and then recap the morning as we're in the final stretch run here of the Cowboy State Daily Show, Wednesday edition, coming right back.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Panda, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyoming Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
What is the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, And why does Wyoming need it? In 1990, the U.S. Supreme Court tried to give government more power to step into the First Amendment religious rights of Americans. That decision concerned so many people that in 1993, Congress passed legislation called the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. That happened in a nearly unanimous bipartisan vote. This legislation simply returned cases on religious freedom to the long-held standard that the Supreme Court had tried to overturn. Since that legislation only applied to the federal government, it was also determined that each state should pass its own laws protecting religious freedom. Since then, 28 other states have passed these kind of laws, and even more have court opinions providing similar protections. Sadly, Wyoming is not one of them. It's time for Wyoming to defend the First Amendment and pass a Wyoming Religious Freedom Restoration Act.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
I feel so free and unfettered with this play-in music. Well, on the subject of eggs, here's another escalating commodity that's price is going up and up and up. Electricity. Yeah, Renee is the common theme here. Renee Jean had this story. Rocky Mountain Power. We told you the other day they were seeking a rate increase. Another one. Yep. Double-digit rate increase. This is to go along with the rate increases we saw in 2024. Rocky Mountain Power is going to hike everybody's bill. For the average utility household, it's going to be about $17 a month more when it's all said and done. But we didn't really know as many details as we know now until yesterday's meeting. The Wyoming Public Service Commission met, heard testimony. Rocky Mountain Power was there, and our own Renee Jean was there. And here's what she gleaned. Rocky Mountain Power said, obviously, we have to hike rates. We got to cover our costs, double-digit rate increase. But what they said was this is going to hit mostly large ratepayers who reserve, let's say, 50 megawatts or more. The cost such users ring up won't be. I'm not sure what kind of a sentence that is, Renee. The average consumer is going to see, as we said, with this overall 14.7% increase in your bill, the average customer, residential customer, is going to be paying about $17 more a month. Meanwhile, these data centers we're all worried about being real power hungry and being real water hungry or thirsty. These big data centers, those are the ones, these kind of utility users are the ones that are going to feel the crunch. I don't know if there's a different tier for them or they're just going to pay more because they use more. But Rocky Mountain Power said yesterday in this meeting, trying to justify the rate hike, that don't worry, little guys, we're not looking to pinch you. It's the big users who we're going after. Renee explains more.
During public testimony Tuesday, Rocky Mountain Power officials said they are already seeing a lot of interest in what they called very large customers as the power company fielded public input on its latest double-digit rate increase proposal. That's why it's proposing to require ratepayers who reserve 200 megawatts or more to forge a special contract with the company so the costs these data centers and other power users ring up won't be forced upon regular residential ratepayers. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to a representative for AARP Wyoming who said that seniors are already feeling the pain of higher costs of living, so adding on a higher electric bill is concerning.
Figuring out how you're going to handle someone who wants 200 megawatts of power is a big deal. Doing it in a way that doesn't clobber residential and small business customers who feel like they've already seen enough as far as a rate increase goes, that's a big concern for like the Wyoming AARP director that I talked to. He's worried about how they're going to handle that in the future because, as we know, every time Rocky Mountain Power has to build more infrastructure, it costs everybody on the system.
According to the terms of the agreement that Rocky Mountain Power has struck, very large new load customers that require a special contract will have to take some steps showing they have sufficient credit or collateral to cover their minimum on-peak power charges for at least 5 years, along with other details that will keep the higher costs with the incoming businesses and not passed on to other ratepayers.
All right, so yeah, that makes it more clear. Yes, these large users are going to be on a whole different contract, a whole different tier. They're going to be on a whole different pay thing. Yeah, that's at least good news. I don't know if that's welcome news for AARP and Mr. Shumway, and I don't know if that alleviates the increase in your bill, but it's at least something. We're going after the big cats. I hope they don't consider the Cowboy State Daily Show a big electricity user. I don't think we use it. I don't even turn the lights on anymore. I used to have lights behind me, and we had complaints from some listeners and viewers that turn off those lights. So, yeah, we're trying to use less electricity. And I got a computer, believe me, that barely uses any power. There's no way this thing is sucking a lot of electricity. For what I get out of it, I can't be putting much into it. That's for sure. I'm so excited to see this game tonight. College we've been bashing college sports kind of all day, talking about this NIL money and the transfer portal and what a mess collegiate athletics is right now. And it's true, but still it doesn't prevent us from rooting for our team, does it? And those Cowgirls, what a big game they got coming up tonight. It's going to be on CBS, Mountain West Conference Playoffs, the number 2 seed, Wyoming Cowgirls, who have had a great year on the season. They're 22 wins, 10 losses, the best record they've ever had in conference. And during this Mountain West Conference Championship, they've just been blowing through teams. And the other night, they beat Fresno State 57-45 in the semifinals. That was just last night at the Thomas and Mack. And that earns the Cowgirls with a final winner-take-all Mountain West Conference showdown, just 40 minutes away from a championship, girls. Go get it. As that game is tonight, 8:30 local time, 8:30 Mountain Time, UW against number 4th ranked San Diego State. San Diego State, by the way, the Aztecs got there by upsetting UNLV. That was a little bit of an upset. UNLV is the team that beat the Cowgirls in the title game back in 2023. They're usually perennial powerhouse. But this game tonight pits two teams that are red hot of late. Cowgirls have won 6 in a row. The Aztecs are on a 7-game heater, and it'll all be played out tonight. CBS Sports Network tonight. 2 of the big names in the Mountain West Conference, and can't wait to see this one. Meanwhile, last night, Mountain West Player of the Year Allison Fertig led all scorers with 17 points, 18 rebounds. Malene Peterson had 14 points and 8 assists. And the defensive specialist of the team, Emily Mellema, added 1.9 rebounds as the Cowgirls got past Fresno State last night. And that earns them a bid tonight with the Aztecs. This will be a big one. San Diego State and the University of Wyoming. Go Cowgirls. We're going to be rooting for you. I'll be watching this game. I'm excited to see these girls finish what they started. It's been a great year, and they've been picking up for the boys. The men's team, not so good. But we can be proud of this girls' team. They've had a great season. Let's get, I want to check that weather forecast with Don Day weather forecast. This is going to be a nice day across the state. A little bit of wind, but a lot different than what we're going to see Friday. Friday's going to be And so enjoy this one. Tomorrow's sort of a transition day for many of us, and then Friday looks awful, kind of raw is what Don said. And yeah, this one, though, will be one more nice one. Really, this whole week since Sunday has been fantastic. Here's Don Day with a quick weather forecast.
Well, if you enjoyed yesterday, you'll like today. It's going to be basically a repeat. Mild temperatures, a mix of high clouds and sun, and some windy areas, but all in all, for this time of year, this is a nice little stretch of weather, and we'll have this into tomorrow. Now, late tonight into Thursday morning, we will see some showers developing in the far western mountains and valleys. This is part of a pretty strong storm that'll hit the Pacific Northwest and California, then into the Great Basin states. Rain and snow will overspread those areas by late tonight and during the day Thursday, and especially overnight Thursday into Friday. This system will move eastward across Wyoming very quickly. It's not going to be a very big storm for the state, especially compared to last week, but it will produce snow in the high country Thursday night into Friday, and some rain and snow on the plains. Now, due to the speed of the system, we don't think it's going to produce a lot of snow, but enough that there could be some travel concerns Thursday night through Friday evening. Then the weekend will be brisk and cool with lingering mountain snow showers. Do expect temperatures for Friday and the weekend to be noticeably colder.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Thank you, Don. If you were listening earlier, we had Don Day on live, and I couldn't resist the chance to ask him what he thought about that. His fellow compatriot, his peer, a TV meteorologist for Fox 35 in Florida, who was doing the weather forecast on TV when a tornado hit the studio. And he was just talking. He's like, yeah, there's tornado warnings in Orlando, and we could see a tornado. And what? It's a tornado. And he told his anchors, he told all the folks he was working, get under the desk. But he was calm through the whole situation. And I had to ask Don, what if you were doing a forecast? What if we were talking live on the show and all of a sudden a tornado hit? Would you be cool under fire, cool under pressure, or would you panic and run out of the room? He said, you know what would happen is we would all run out and go see the tornado. Like, oh, let's run outside and go see the tornado. He's probably right. That sounds like Wyoming. What do you mean there's a tornado outside? Let me go see. We had a lot of fun today. We covered a lot of ground, man. We talked about a lot of stuff. Special guests on the show. Big thank you to the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, was on the show today. Hey, we're going to take a break now and come back at you tomorrow. Have a great Wednesday. See you first thing Thursday on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.